are still trickling in. I believe there's some seats available and also some overflow room with a live stream in the adjacent room. So welcome to the July 25th Planning Commission meeting. Tonight, as part of our regular business, we have two public hearings. If any members of the public wish to speak in favor of or in opposition to any of the public hearing items, please sign up. I believe some of you have done that. Please sign up at the front desk. And if you wish to address the Planning Commission at the public comment period, these are for items that are unrelated to tonight's public hearings. Please sign up separately. There's a sign-up sheet for that as well. So we'll go ahead and start with a roll call. City Clerk.
Chair Coronado.
Here.
Vice Chair Almond. Here. Commissioner Hoadley. Here. Commissioner McFadden.
Here.
Commissioner Miller.
Here.
Commissioner Neely. Here. Commissioner Reynolds.
Here.
Commissioner Santana.
Here.
Chair, we have quorum.
Thank you. Next up, we have Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone would stand, and flags here. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless I see any objections, we'll go ahead with the agenda as it's published. Next item is approval of minutes from the July 11th, 2022 meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
I move to approve, based on the clerk's certification, the July 11th, 2022 minutes of the Littleton Planning Commission.
Second.
Second, Patrick. All in favor? Let's see, let me set up this for a vote. Okay, why is the screen off? The video's off. There it goes. Okay. All right. Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment. And as I mentioned before, this is for folks to speak on any topic unrelated to the public hearings this evening. And see if we have anybody signed up. Thank you. Okay. We do have a few folks signed up. So first, Lynn Christensen.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lynn Christensen, and I live in District 3. I just want to begin by saying that after the ULUC public hearing, I was able to work with staff, thank you, and also one of the commissioners to get one of my issues resolved, and again want to say thank you very much for that. I just also wanted to say that I had followed the redevelopment of South Glen Mall, and their process is quite different than Littleton's. For example, and this is just my personal experience with the neighborhood meetings here in Littleton, but generally they're a 30-minute Zoom call that are impersonal and frequently don't address the questions or the concerns of citizens, and I can only actually think of one exception to that. On the other hand, the South Glen process was conducted over a 3-year period with 35 in-person neighborhood meetings. And the city of Centennial was able to work with its citizens to find a compromise. Although it did not make everyone happy, it was a compromise with the city and the citizens working together. I hope this example is something that Littleton can also embrace in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Lori Gillen?
I signed up on the wrong one.
Oh, make sure you sign up on the other one then. Okay. And Dave Mitchell? Same? Oh, okay. Okay, well, that was it under the public comment then. Somebody else would like to speak? Come on up. Reminder just to introduce yourself.
Good evening, City Council. For the public at large, if you're interested in signing a petition, I've got one and circulating it. Specifically, I'm here to comment that my name is Frank Atwood, and I live in City Council District 4. I'm aware that roll call has been taken, but it was so quick that without name plaques on the dais, I wasn't able to match names and faces. Might the chairman or staff be so kind as to identify commission members by their position on the status on the dais with a baseball analogy? I'm old enough for baseball where the phrase is, you can't tell the players without a program. With the chairman as pitcher and from our left to right, please identify left field, third base, shortstop, chairman, second base, first base, and right field. And if you do happen to have an alternate, as in left or right dugout, it's in the same way that you know me as being Frank Atwood, I'd like to be able to have your names up and at least be able to keep a program going of who you are. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, my name is Tom Seaver. Well, actually, no, thank you for that question. We want to just start with a quick introduction, and then we'll allow you to come up, Pam, after this, but I just wanted to follow up with that quick introduction. Patrick, if you want to start.
Oh, I'm Patrick Santana.
Robin Hoadley.
Sherry Allman.
Craig Coronado, Chair.
Jason Reynolds. Dan Miller.
Dave McFadden.
Thank you. Tim Neely is our alternate at that table. Pam Chadbourne, comment?
Good evening, Planning Commission. I live a block and a half from here in Council District 1. And Frank meant Planning Commission too. So I just want to reiterate something that I said before the new Unified Land Use Code was approved. And that is that it's a taking from all of the people of Littleton. The future land use map was constructed by about 30 insiders. They're people who were selected from the inside. The public were not generally aware of that selection or able to apply for it or indicate their interest. These selectees by insiders, as insiders, sat in rooms and with catered food and decided what they thought was good for the future land use map of Littleton. And that was the basis of the new zoning map that was imposed on us as a taking in October last year. And it's a taking from us because zoning is not for the developer or someone who has a property alone. It is for all of the neighbors of that property so that they're aware of what is done next to them. And they have the right to choose whether they want that property or not. If they're buying new property, to say, oh, I'm looking at what's adjacent, and then I have a choice. But what was done with the Unified Land Use Zoning Map was nothing like that. In fact, the city passed an ordinance that they did not have to notify the city, the people of the city. They purposely you purposely passed legislation to not notify people that this map was being foisted on us. So this map is a taking. It substantially changes the zoning of many parcels. Where I live, mysteriously, the parcel next to me and corner adjacent to me were changed from, and it was said that it was all we're doing is taking the current zoning and pretty much putting it in place with the new land use types. Well, although I live in a district that's supposed to be neighborhood, 2 parcels almost adjacent to me mysteriously are changed. That process didn't come from me. It didn't come from my neighbors. It came from somewhere else, which we had no visibility of. It appeared in the map, and there was almost, there were so many changes in that map, dozens like that, that when do we get the possibility to talk about it? And corridor mixed use is a radical change from the current use of corridor land. Littleton has beautiful bones. It was laid out this way intentionally, from intense uses to moderate uses to family and residential. And we should protect that, not give it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know if you can reset the screen there from the timer that's on there, but we're going to move into the next item of the agenda, which is the first public hearing, PC Resolution 04-2022, approving conditional use for the Littleton Golf and Tennis Club. So the staff and the applicant will make a presentation.
That's correct. Thank you, Chairman. This is a proposal for a conditional use permit for a indoor recreational facility. And I'd like to introduce Justin Montgomery, who's the senior planner for the project. He'll give the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. All right, as Mike said, this is for the Littleton Golf and Tennis Club. It's a conditional use project CDU 21003. The applicant's requesting a conditional use for a government facility other than city-owned. The reason for this is South Suburban, who's the owner and applicant, are redeveloping the site with a new proposed facility. This is under the repealed Title 10 zoning regulations, so not under the ULUC. Section 10-8-4.8 establishes the Planning Commission as the decision-making body for the conditional use. A little background, the subject site is located at the northeast corner of Federal Boulevard and Bowles Avenue. It is established as the Littleton Golf and Tennis Club already. The current zoning of the property is open space and designated as a park on the future land use and character map. And as I previously stated, at the time of application, it was zoned neighborhood business B1, which requires this conditional use. The tennis bubble that was occupying the site since 1985, actually, it was damaged last year, the day before a neighborhood meeting, and it had to be removed from the subject site. The proposed building is going in the same general location as the former tennis bubble. It is a proposed metal and concrete panel building that will be ash gray, antique bronze, and terracotta. The programming is pretty much the same as existed under the bubble, with 6 tennis courts and amenities as before. And it's using the same lot and parking lot configuration. Using section 10-8.1, which states the legislative purpose of a conditional use, there were 3 criteria that staff analyzed for this case. The land use in question is existing and has been proven to be compatible with the area. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the community, and the use will comply with applicable code provisions and not adversely impact the comprehensive plan. This use is actually listed on the comprehensive plan. And with that, staff is recommending approval of PC Resolution 4, 2022. Thank you.
Presentation from the applicant as well.
I don't know if it is on, sorry. Our little setup has a green light that tells me that the microphone's on, so I apologize. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Melissa Reese-Thacker. I'm the Planning Manager for South Suburban Parks and Recreation District. And we're here tonight to talk about the replacement of the Littleton Golf and Tennis Club facility. Can we get the presentation switched over, or it didn't move forward? Or it's stuck. Oh.
It's a little delayed.
Okay. Warning, I am not great with the PowerPoint, so it likes to move the wrong direction on me. Admittedly, it's my fault. Just for reference, Littleton Golf and Tennis is located at the corner of Bowles and Federal. It is surrounded primarily by other recreational uses, with Bowles Grove Park to the west, the golf course that continues around the Riverwalk development. This is the Mary Carter Greenway corridor in the South Platte River. And then the back 9 of the Littleton Golf and Tennis is here. So we're predominantly surrounded by recreational uses, with the nearest business being the EchoStar building. Just a little project history for you. South Suburban was founded in 1959, and through agreements with the City of Littleton from 1967 and amended in 1997, South Suburban is the park and recreation provider for the City of Littleton. As a special district, we are considered a political subdivision of the state of Colorado. We do have an elected board of 5 members elected at large, and this project has the full support of our board of directors. The original facility was named the Centennial Golf and Tennis Club. It was constructed in 1985, consisted of a pro shop, a restaurant with bar, 6 tennis courts, and those 6 tennis courts were covered by what's been known as the Bubble. It's been a landmark in the city of Littleton for 38 years. Unfortunately, we did lose that feature in December of last year, and also constructed in 1985 was the front 9 of the golf course, and it is an executive golf course. In 1996, the golf course was expanded, and the back 9 was built south of Bowles Avenue, I'm sorry. And then in the early 2000s, shortly after the incorporation of the city of Centennial, the city of Littleton asked South Suburban to consider renaming the site, and it was renamed to Littleton Golf and Tennis. As I mentioned, this project has the full support of our board of directors, and we have our own internal planning process that we must follow. And while you're seeing this tonight, this project has been in planning for 3 years now. So our board of directors saw the preliminary plans for this project on October 13th, 2021. As Justin mentioned, the bubble collapsed on December 15th, and unfortunate timing, the next night was our neighborhood meeting. So we had a lot of questions at that neighborhood input meeting as to the future of our programming on the site. We did resolve the questions to the best extent we could from the public, and our board of directors at a public meeting on March 9th, 2022, approved the final site plan and facility plan for the project. So this is the plan that our board of directors approved, just showing an illustrative site plan. Again, the building pretty well stays in the same location. The access here is built around the existing tennis courts, and the existing tennis courts will not be removed. They are in good shape. They're post-tension concrete. They're appropriate for reuse. So we're building a new building around these existing courts. Currently, the entrance to the facility for the clubhouse is approximately right here, and we're just shifting the traditional clubhouse elements so they follow the axis of the tennis courts. This gives you a little bit of an idea what this looks like. So here's 3 and 3, so our 6 total tennis courts that are, and in the center there's a current there was a viewing area between the two courts, and that area will be improved to allow better viewing. As you enter the project site, primarily golfers would enter from the west side, and that goes directly into our pro shop. The north entrance is primarily for bar and restaurant, and after hours when the pro shop is closed, but the tennis facility is still remaining. So this is our bar and restaurant area. The blue represents the pro shop. The gray here and represents the kitchen, and the other gray elements are mechanicals or back of house areas. There are 6 offices I can count for our staff there. These exterior elevations were included in your packet, and I think they're a little bit clearer to see in your packet, but this is the north and the south elevation. The north elevation, again, being the one where primarily after hours or tennis players would enter. We do have decorative screening on the back side of the facility here to break up this back elevation that faces bowls. And this is just 3 representative samples of what that screening could look like. We hadn't made a final determination, and we're open to suggestions from staff or commission. And this would be the east and the west elevation. So again, this west elevation is our primary entrance, especially for golfers. The east elevation shows another entry here, and that's for people who are out on the golf course making the turn, is what we call it. That's when you continue from hole 9 to hole 10, and you may need to stop for some refreshments or other comfort needs. And that gives golfers the opportunity to enter directly into that building and continue. As you will notice on these elevations, there are no windows in the main portion of the facility that surrounds the tennis courts, and that is on purpose. Windows allow natural light to come into the courts, which creates shading and bright spots on the court, which isn't conducive to play. So that's why there are no windows proposed for the facility, except for in the pro shop and the restaurant. Just gives you a rendering and an idea of what this facility plans to look like. One thing I failed to mention is this project is not only supported by our board of directors, it's supported by the 2017 district-wide master plan that was adopted by our board after extensive public input as to what the needs and desires of the district residents are. And we're in the current process of updating that master plan, and we encourage everyone to visit our website and take a survey to provide input. But this project specifically meets the master plan needs of invest in replacing assets that can lower long-term maintenance and or have reached the end of life usability. And that is exactly the case here at Littleton. All the indications that we had from design work was the facility should have remained standing today. Unfortunately, the windstorm in December brought it down a little bit early, and there is urgency to replace the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, so we'll invite anybody that's signed up to speak in favor of or against this particular application. Okay. And we have one person signed up for this one, Mr. Roger Johnson.
You have to state the time and open the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. Oh, public hearing opens at 7:03 p.m. Mr. Johnson?
I have nothing to say. I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. So we have no public comment on this particular application. Sir, would you like to speak on this one?
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name's Frank Atwood. I live in the 4th City Council District. My only concern is that if another flood comes through the South Platte and manages to have trees to block the Bowles Bridge, the runoff to me appears as though it would go, the overflow would go to the left and might flood the facilities, and I'm wondering if that's been addressed by South Suburban and yourselves. Thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you. Seeing no other folks signed up for this, I'm going to close the public hearing and first allow the commissioners to ask any questions of staff, technical questions of staff.
State the time you close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. 7:05. We'll start at your end, Commissioner McFadden. Any questions or comments for? Okay.
I have no
Commissioner Miller?
technical questions. No.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay. Go to your end, Commissioner Santana.
I had written a question about, that's a very large roof structure that is likely to use a great deal of power for lighting, the restaurant services. Just wondered if the structural construction of the roof element was compatible with future photovoltaic cells and solar power. Could it carry that kind of load? I know that's not part of the requirements today, but it could be ordinance in the future.
The short answer is no, and part of it is metal buildings are particular buildings, very sensitive to loads. However, South Suburban does own owns one and leases another portion of solar fields in Adams and Arapahoe County, and we use the energy from those solar fields to offset our energy uses in other areas of the district.
I had a second question. I noticed in the plan drawings, there's just one small bike rack at the entrance to the building. If we want to encourage bike users to arrive, some of them are going to have quite expensive bikes. Is it possible to have an internal bike storage or expand one of the service yards, the little build-outs on the side that could include bike facilities? Because it has a very large parking lot, but a very small footprint for bicycles.
I understand your concern and your question, and yes, it does have one bike rack. At this time, no, we are not looking at bike storage, but South Suburban is kicking off a study of the Mary Carter Greenway from C-470 to Hamilton Avenue, which is our boundary with the city of Denver, where they take over maintenance responsibility, and they call it the Platte River Greenway from that point north. As part of that study that'll occur over the next year and a half, we'll be working with our partner cities and county to identify needs along the Mary Carter Greenway. At that time, we'd be looking at appropriate locations to improve facilities such as bike racks or storage.
No questions.
Okay.
I have two questions. One, how would you say the energy efficiency of the new building compares to that of the bubble? Is it more efficient than a bubble? I think that it would be. But
Yeah, so one portion of the bubble is it requires an inflation system to run 24 hours a day to keep the bubble inflated. And that's where, once you get a hole in the bubble, such as we did on December of '21, the facility comes down fairly quickly. It is only supported by air and nothing else. So we are saving energy efficiency we're providing energy efficiency by not running that mechanical equipment 24 hours a day. Additionally, as we design projects, we look at the best ways to conserve our resources, whether it's energy, water, as a whole. And we've modeled this project off of our South Suburban Sports Complex, which opened just over a year and a half ago on County Line Road in Douglas County. And that project was we worked specifically with Excel on energy efficiencies with that building. This building's a little bit smaller in nature and doesn't work as well with that program with Excel, but we are using the same principles as were identified for that facility.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. Would you mind addressing the question we had from Mr. Atwood?
Mr. Atwood?
Wood, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
About the drainage flow?
Yeah.
May I
Can you do
remind the
that?
commissioners to turn on their microphones when asking the questions? Hard to hear. Is it on?
Yeah.
Maybe just speak
Speak up.
directly in.
Okay. Regarding the drainage in the event of a major flood. I was concerned about, the drainage reports and.
Yeah. I'm going to start out by saying I am not a civil engineer, and we didn't have our civil attend the meeting tonight, but Littleton Code would restrict building within the 100-year floodplain, and this building is located outside of that floodplain floodway. There are no restrictions on buildings beyond that in terms of drainage and location.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I have a few questions, Melissa, if you could just sit for a few minutes, and then I have a few questions for staff. I understand the new footprint, the new building's a little bit larger than the other. Approximately how much percentage-wise or square footage-wise? Can you?
It's approximately 10,000 square feet, and if you look at the area that those 6 courts extend over, that's a very small fraction. Basically, what we're doing is, as I mentioned before, those courts are post-tension concrete, so we're building outside of the existing courts an existing foundation for the air structure, and that's what's equating to the slightly larger footprint over the tennis area. We did design in some efficiencies in the pro shop and the restaurant to create better flow and a better experience for our users. And that also required in a very small increase of the overall square footage.
Okay, and as I understand, there are some minor modifications to the parking area to increase the landscape perimeter. There's, on the plans, there's 3 existing trees on, I guess it would be the southwest corner. Are those trees staying or are they being replaced? It was kind of hard to tell on the plan.
There's about 6 to 7 trees that will need to be removed as part of this construction project, and those trees have been replaced in other locations on the landscape plan.
Okay. And then the last question for you, Melissa, is on the lighting level, is a photometric plan in there, and it appears that the lighting is really just concentrated at the entries to the building, and it's dark on the rest of the site. Is that intentional, or are there any safety concerns about not lighting the parking area, or there's separate lighting there that's not shown? Or?
So yes, it is intentional that the entrances are well lit. Exterior of the building, golf use is primarily restricted to daylight hours, as you can imagine, since we can't really light an entire golf course. And we do want to make sure that our patrons have a safe access from the parking lot to the facility, and we are looking at that. Additionally, trail use after dark is, well, it occurs. It's not at the frequency of what would occur during daytime hours, and that the people that are using trails at night are generally commuters or those who are accustomed to bringing their own lighting for trailways.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for the district. Thank you. I do have a question for the city. This was submitted under the old zoning, B1. The current zoning is OS, or open space. Are there any concerns about setback? I guess the primary concerns about setbacks, height, it's all compliant with the B1 zoning?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there are really no standards for that in the B1 zone district.
Okay.
So it complies.
Okay, great. All right. A question, it's a conditional use. Is there any sort of time limit on that or expiration date, or is it?
No, as long as they continue the operation, there is no expiration of it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's all I had. So, and if there's no other questions from commissioners, I'd entertain a motion on this resolution. We voted already.
Okay. I move to approve PC Resolution 04-2022, approving the conditional use of the Littleton Golf and Tennis Club concerning 5800 South Federal Boulevard.
Dave will second.
Okay. All in favor?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Is there going to be any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'll go around once. Any discussion on the motion? Start with Commissioner Santana, Commissioner Hoadley, Commissioner Allman, Commissioner McFadden?
Nope. I think this is the second time the bubble has collapsed in the last, so it'll be nice to actually have a more reliable structure over the tennis courts. So.
Louder, please.
This is I'll be in support of the motion because I know this is not the first time that bubble has collapsed. So I think having a more reliable structure will make this a more useful and enjoyable facility.
Certainly, just
Note that found the staff analysis compelling, and we'll be voting to support this because of the findings that it meets the criteria in the code.
Okay, and I'll also be voting in support of this. It is a replacement pretty much in kind of what's out there and what's a beneficial use to this area. It complies with the code requirements and the criteria that we're considering this about. So with that, go ahead and invite a vote on the motion.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Close that. Accept. All right, now I think this is the public hearing that most folks are here to see. This is a public hearing for PC Resolution 02-2022, approving a master development plan, Conceptual, MDP, for Aspen Grove. First invite staff and the applicant to make their presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Mike Sutherland. I'm the Deputy Director of Community Development. Forgot to introduce myself earlier. This is a new type of application for the city, a master development plan. This is a conceptual master development plan for the redevelopment of Aspen Grove, the eventual redevelopment of Aspen Grove. With that, I'll turn it over to Justin Montgomery for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Pardon me, but could you please amplify somehow, someone, we cannot hear back here. We're really trying, but we cannot hear anything but very low.
Can you hear me now? Is that better? We'll try to speak into the microphone a little bit better. We're not used to having this many folks here, but thanks.
All right, we'll get going on this one. Thank you. So this is a master development plan. It's case MDP 22-0001. The applicant is requesting a master development plan conceptual that would allow up to 481 dwelling units in the first phase, with an overall cap of 60 dwelling units per acre gross density. The approval of this master development plan would terminate the PLO on the property and allow the applicant to develop under the underlying zone district, which is corridor mixed, CM. Section 10-9-5.7 of the ULUC contains the applicable decision criteria that are under consideration for this case, and there are 10 of them. A little background, this is a approximately 32-acre site that was annexed in 1995, It was constructed in 2001 to 2003, and in 2016, it was purchased by the current ownership group. Last year saw a lot of action on this site. So there was the approval of the Fourth Amendment to the GDDP that is now the subject of a referendum. The master development plan before you is different from that plan development. It is displaying how the property could utilize the CM zone district, and it's only proposing 481 dwelling units. Any additional dwelling units beyond that would require a new master development plan or an amendment to the master development plan that you would see. The next phase in development, if this were to be approved, would be a site plan process that would provide additional details prior to a building permit. The master development plan conceptual plan set includes 12 sheets outlining all the required content and design principles needed per the ULUC. There are two areas A and B with proposed development. All of the areas outside of those are anticipated to remain in its current state. The MDP shows common open space, increased pedestrian and bicycle circulation, and structured and on-street parking. Neighborhood outreach for this case consisted of two public meetings, two virtual meetings that are required by the ULUC. Staff updated the development activity list, the DAL, as we advanced in the project to keep the citizens current on the current status of the application materials. And we utilized the public hearing notice of postcards, newspaper, and signs. There was also because the case was continued, the applicants actually changed the date on those signs to today's date. Just a little slide about the application materials that are in front of you, what's within your hearing packet and what can be found on the DAO. A lot of the things on the development activity list are the larger reports, so we didn't, weigh down the packet too much, but if we need to get into those technical details, we can pull those up pretty easily. For the staff analysis, there are several sections in the ULUC which require certain content or design principles that need to be shown in a master development plan. The Chapter 9 lists 9 items for the content, and staff detailed all of those 9 items in the staff report, indicating which sheet those can be found on, and we can answer questions about those tonight. Chapter 3, which is in the corridor mixed-use building block, if you will, lists 8 design principles. And of those 8 principles, the one that staff is a little concerned about was the connectivity. And we were concerned about it if only Area A were to develop on the site and not the full Area A and B as you see in the master development plan. So we are we're recommending a condition of approval to address that connection. So at the site plan phase, we would see vehicular, pedestrian, and circulation be added north of Area A. So the decision criteria, then there are 10 decision criteria in section 10.9.5.7 of the ULUC. And staff feels that of the 10, the complete streets, because of that, the circulation issue mentioned, is the only one that is lacking at the moment, but the recommended condition of approval would be acceptable to staff. The MDP is proposing an efficient redevelopment of an existing shopping center. The plan is to use the build to and the shop front frontage types that are outlined in the corridor mixed zone district. There's common open space provided for civic spaces and public interaction. Enhanced pedestrian and bicycle circulation is shown, and that's especially if either the new interior drive or an alternative is constructed. Open space in area A and B will add undeveloped space, which includes buffer areas to the south. This should have a positive effect on the natural environment of the site. There's proposed design is not likely to result in nuisances because they will be following the code provisions. There are 2 phases proposed, but staff, with our conditions, are wanting to be prepared just if the Area A, the first phase, is the only thing constructed. So with that, staff is recommending approval with the following conditions that are listed above and detailed in the staff report. The second condition is just some cleanup that staff feels would help future users of the plan to make it clear that not all improvements would require a site plan. There could be some that would not. And with that, I stand for questions.
Sorry. Any technical questions from Planning Commission on staff's presentation? Otherwise, I'd like to see, there's a presentation from the applicant as well.
believe so.
Call them up. Oh, sorry.
Maybe just one quick question, sort of technical. Just the clarification on the units per acre relative, so just looking for a piece of code clarification, how we could land at 481 across 32, a 32-acre site with only 62 units allowed per acre.
Yeah, so the cap of 60 dwelling units per acre potential is in line with the underlying zone district of CM, and that's for the overall site. What's being proposed is 481 units in the first phase, and if applied to the whole acreage, that is about, it's a little under 15 dwelling units per acre.
So the clarification being that it applies to the whole development site owned and not necessarily per acre.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoadley?
So looking at the staff communication, I have some questions on that and also the staff report. This is kind of dovetailing to the question just asked. Right now, it's capped at 60 if they provide incentives. If no incentives are given, then it would just go down to the 52, correct?
Yeah, it's just based upon the CM zoning.
Question 2, and this would go to our attorney. So according to 10-1-1.2 AD1D, this is where the referendum is made moot. And if I found the correct place, it states, the PLO district shall be terminated upon approval of a master development plan and this negates the referendum. Could you explain that a little bit, please?
I can do my best. Yeah, one of the provisions that we had in the ULUC was how someone can get outside from their existing PD, which has now been renamed to PLO, to be able to use underlying zoning pursuant to the provisions that you cited towards the technical approval of an MDP removes the PLO, so it doesn't technically exist. With that said, there are some challenges in regard to if that was contested or appealed and how someone would go about starting to make use of their property. It would be my legal opinion that after Planning Commission, if Planning Commission approved, that would get rid of the underlying PD, PLO, and we would go from there. Any person wanting to avail themselves of any sort of appeal procedure, they would have to go through that procedure in the court, such as posting a bond, filing an injunction, filing a stay against any development.
So basically, doing this process, if so approved, that's what negates it, and now the referendum then is moot.
Yeah, I would be careful in regard to saying it's necessarily moot.
Okay, that's
Obviously,
what
there's a lot of...
communication said, staff communication said.
No, I mean, just, in theory, legally, there are appeal processes that could go through where perhaps a higher jurisdiction could overrule the finding. And so I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable with saying it would necessarily be moot, but if all things went according to plan, so to speak, yeah, ultimately that would be the effect, because you would not have a PD for which citizens would be voting on to repeal, so to speak, in November.
So there's a hierarchy here, since there's obviously.
We can't hear you, we really can't hear you. We need to have you all speak really deeply into your microphones. We really cannot hear. That's a big deal for us.
My apologies. I'll be much more better about speaking straight into the mic. My apologies. So as a hierarchy here, we're looking at a referendum, and then we're looking at the ULUC. And in this particular case, the ULUC would appear to take precedence over the hierarchy of the referendum. That's what I'm hearing, just confirming.
Again, it's not necessarily black and white. For example, there is the potential that the MDP would be denied tonight. And if it were denied, then you still have a matter occurring on November 8th for a PD amendment, because we still have a PD that exists on the site, so.
Okay.
Sorry.
you.
It's not super clear, but.
No, it's not clear, but it is what we have. The other question I have on this is also in the staff communications, where it talked about one of the goals was the financial stability, and how staff agreed with the conclusion of the applicant. So I was looking for that report and on the DAL, and all I could find was the economic analysis that was 4 paragraphs of generalized statements, but no actual numbers or substantial analysis. I was curious, was there something else that we did not receive to take a look at, or was that it?
Regarding the economic analysis, that was it.
How is that concluded to be beneficial when there's no numbers, or, and in the past, we've had economic development will come and actually give us the analysis, if that's something that's important here, as you're bringing up in the staff communications, but yet I'm only seeing 4 paragraphs of words and saying that that's supposed to provide greater stability and viability. So I was just curious about that. Can y'all hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Cindy Perry, Economic Development Director. I'm happy to address that. So the economic analysis that was provided as part of the submittal is very preliminary, and I will remind this body and the audience that this is conceptual, so we don't technically have a project on which to analyze specific information. So at that point, at site plan, we would probably take a deeper dive on the economic analysis.
I agree that makes sense, but it was brought up in the staff communication, so that's why I was asking. It's a very strong statement saying this stability and viability for that to be brought up, so thank you. Okay, so I'm on the staff report on page 3. I think this is probably just perhaps a typo, but on the map that the staff provided, you have A, C, and B sections, and they have A and B, and C looks like it should be B for the map that they provided. I'm guessing that's probably just a typo.
Yeah, it looks like that graphic was not updated with the most final, that only shows area
Okay.
A and B. Yeah.
So you agree with the map that they've provided?
What was that? I'm sorry.
You agree with the map they provided with what area B is and what area A is, correct?
Yes, yep.
Thank you. So on page 4, it is stated that if this is approved, the city can accept a site plan that is consistent with this concept, because obviously this is a concept. How will that consistency be determined?
It would be determined through analysis, through the development review process of the site plan.
So a little more specific, if you are looking for what to maintain consistency?
Really just the lack of anything that would conflict with what was in the plan and approved in the MDP.
Okay, thank you. So page 5 talked about the traffic report is determined acceptable. That was 477 pages, and there was no basic summary for us to take a look at. What determined its acceptability?
That was through analysis from our traffic manager, transportation manager, Aaron Human.
Perhaps in the future, just a summation, because again, I can't read 477 pages along with the time frame that we're given for this. If you could summarize, if you're bringing it up here saying that this is determined acceptable, it would be nice just to have a summary of why it was considered acceptable. And that would give us just, okay, that's what you're talking about here.
I appreciate that. We will try and put that in an executive summary of that in the future.
Thank you.
I can tell you that the traffic counts for the intersections with the proposed uses of the MDP is what was analyzed with the traffic analysis. And those were that traffic report, and the applicant is here to speak about it, but that traffic report was deemed acceptable for the volume of traffic at the surrounding intersections.
And I'm guessing at this time, again, conceptual, there, any concerns about traffic to Woolhurst Estates because they have to go through Aspen Grove will be addressed at the time when you have the site plan to do so.
That is correct. The intersection of Santa Fe Drive and West Aspen Grove Parkway would be part of that analysis. And if anything changes within the site, an update would be required. But as it is, the volumes that were anticipated in the near and future timeframes were acceptable.
Thank you. So on page, oh, nope, that's my question. Page 9, you're talking about the building form and mass. And you had some concerns about the information given not being, I don't want to use the word incomplete, but not as much as you preferred to meet this criteria. You then said that ULUC would correct it, but, which I'm not disagreeing with, but if it's information that should have been included here but is not, I'm concerned that that doesn't meet that criteria. So what exactly did you want to see there that you felt was not there that you thought the ULUC would fix, would make sure that it was okay?
I think ideally we could have saw some renderings of potential buildings and a visual analysis of the height in the context of where they're proposing the development. That is something we strived to capture, but couldn't get through the process.
Okay. One last question, and it's similar. This is also on page 9, quality design being unclear. Again, with the ULUC being able to provide enough guidance that this wouldn't be a problem. But if it's unclear, has it really been provided?
Yeah, and it goes to the fact that this is, again, the conceptual level, and we will get more details with the site plan. And the applicants have stated that they will comply with the standards of the OLUC. So standards in Chapter 1 and Chapter 3, which we feel confident would help with the quality of design that we would see at the site plan stage.
So what exactly did you mean by unclear then? If it's unclear, how is it provided? So these are the criteria we use to make our decision. If our decision has unclearness, that sounds like it's missing something. It's unclear. How do I make a decision on something that's unclear?
Yeah, that's a good question. It goes to, at the conceptual stage, we could ask for more details if the applicants had that available to provide, and that's something we would like to see. Again, like renderings, visual analysis, specifics of the materials that would be used, but they were not provided. But they have stated that they will comply with the standards, and ultimately staff feels that would be enough for the conceptual level.
Yes, I'm sure they will comply with the ULUC. That's just code. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Commissioner Allman?
Try to speak nice and clearly and loudly. To follow up on a couple of Robin's comments, I too really had difficulty trying to discern what information was relevant around the traffic study. And it appeared to me in looking at it that in some cases, the traffic doubled in some areas over a certain period of time, and, there was just a lot of information there. So it was really difficult to comprehend what the impact of traffic would be potentially based on this development. And it's just a comment, other than I had the same thought as Robin, that we need a summary of that data in the future, because it's just, We could not, I don't know if some of you could, but I could not really utilize that information. Basically, not valuable, so.
Yeah, thanks for that feedback. Yeah, we did reference the study itself and the comments that were prepared by Public Works that are on the DAO, but we will add more data in the future, for sure.
Okay.
And
Also-
the applicant's traffic engineer is here to answer questions as well. And they may have additional information in their presentation.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Also on another question related to traffic, one of the comments, I think it was on the page 5 that Robin references, traffic plan on entire, I was asking, there was mention, I don't have it in front of me, my pages keep disappearing on me, but it said their analysis that was done on the proposed development, but was that analysis, did it include just parcel AB analysis, or was the entire property that the traffic study covered? I mean, could we break down and see what would parcel A being developed at this level do in terms of traffic? I guess it's a more direct question.
Yeah, and I think the applicants will better be able to answer
Okay.
that, but I believe it's a pretty comprehensive report that was provided for this stage of development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I have a number of questions for staff, but I'm going to hold them till after the public hearing and the applicant presentation. I do have one question, though, a clarifying question. This is a conceptual MDP, and an MDP, as you mentioned, is a new process for all of us to interpret. Could you just briefly discuss the difference between a conceptual and a detailed, and how it's provided for in the ULUC? And a follow-up question to that is, since we're seeing a conceptual plan, and if we were to approve it, we would not see it again. It would then go to SDP. Is there an option for the commission to add a condition that they submit a detailed one prior to final approval?
Thank you, Chairman. So the first part of the question was the difference between the conceptual and the detailed master development plan. A conceptual master development plan does not have site plan level details for any of its phases. Whereas, and it's designed for an applicant who wants to take advantage of the underlying zone district, but may not have all of the details of a development clearly in mind at the initial stages. A detailed master development plan has all of that information for at least one phase ready for the commission's consideration. So if that is the case and they have a detailed master development plan, they may be able to move forward to almost building permit by the time, after that detailed master development plan is approved. For a conceptual master development plan, they would have to go through the site plan process and provide all the details. Nobody gets to skip a step in the process, but they would provide all those details for a site plan that would need to be in conformance with the conceptual master development plan. Second part of your question was whether you could require an additional process through the master development process that site plans in the future would need to come before the Planning Commission. And the answer to that is no. By the terms of the Littleton City Code, the site development plan process, the only way it could come back to the Planning Commission is through an appeal.
Okay, so I guess my question is then a detailed master development plan then is equivalent to a site development plan?
At least for one of the phases.
Okay. All right. Clear as mud. Okay, so that's all the questions I think we have at the moment, so we'd invite the applicant to make their presentation.
Good evening. How's my volume? I'm Kevin Garrity. I'm here. My colleague Colby is going to speak with you in detail and walk you through the presentation. But I'm here this evening with the entire Aspen Grove team to affirm that we have, through an extensive, thorough, and very transparent process with city staff, in our MDP application have fulfilled all of the criteria under the ULUC. We are proud of this process and what we've been through. We're proud that the city of Littleton passed the ULUC because it's the result of an extensive process with the community, with the city, and it's why we moved to adapt our plan to fulfill the ULUC, because it fulfills, the ULUC fulfills the city of Littleton's vision for the future of Aspen Grove, and allows the Aspen Grove in the future of Aspen Grove to be healthy and successful. And that's never been more important than in the past few months, as the city of Littleton has faced increased competition for increasingly scarce retailers and retail sales taxes from competition, including the streets at South Glen, Cherry Creek, Park Meadows, and others. And we're grateful for the ULUC and the city of Littleton's process to allow for Aspen Grove to remain healthy and thrive for years into the future. And our role has been in this process with city staff is to fulfill the city of Littleton's vision for maintaining the existing retailers, their health at Aspen Grove, and attracting the latest new retail, entertainment, and community needs that Littleton wants and will enjoy for many years to come. I want to thank you for your time tonight, for allowing us to present our application. Colby.
Thank you, and I would ask folks to just be respectful of the speakers and not interrupt. Thank you.
Colby, did you load a presentation on a flash drive?
We brought one.
Need to reboot the screen.
We can take this down.
There you go.
Let's see. Maybe it'll let's try it.
Chair, do we want to take a 5-minute break while we load this up?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We're going to take one within the next 15 minutes anyway, so we'll just adjourn for a 5-minute break and let them get set up and free to use the restroom or whatever.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll open this back up again and with a presentation from the applicant. We're opening this back up again with a presentation from the applicant.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the time for us to reset. My name is Colby Young. I am Vice President of Asset Management for Garrity Group, and I appreciate your time tonight. All right, so we will skip forward a couple slides that, that Kevin had covered and get into something that hopefully answers a lot of your questions ahead of time. Okay, so we'll start here. I think staff did a good job of kind of tracing the history, but there's a couple items I think it'd be valuable to add a little bit more color on, just to kind of get a sense of the process and how we've come along, both in the PD amendment and under the ULUC with our MDP application. So originally, going back to early ownership, we explored for years the best ways to improve Aspen Grove to make sure that it could achieve its highest level of quality. And it wasn't until 2020 where we had fully agreed upon and committed to the PD amendment process. Once that became our clear path and we had committed to that path, it took about 1.5 years to get through full process, ultimately leading towards Planning Commission approval and City Council approval. We were proud of what we had there because what we had drafted in that amendment was something that met over 50 of the goals and policies that are outlined in the Community Comprehensive Plan. And we're very grateful for Planning Commission and City Council support of what we had drafted last year. So fast forward, the subsequent referendum then paused our ability to make progress and deliver Aspen Grove up to its highest potential. Fortunately, the ULUC had been approved after Planning Commission approval and after the first City Council meeting, but prior to the final approval. So knowing that the ULUC was then accepted, adopted, 4 years of hard work and commitment, had laid out a zoning and planning document that we had confidence in and we trusted, and we trust that city and elected officials trusted as well. And so having that confidence in a planning document, it made sense for us to then submit under the ULUC with our MDP application. We felt it was great because the ULUC's vision for Aspen Grove and the mixed-use designation overlay and the whole corridor was very much aligned with what we had envisioned ourselves and what we had created and drafted in the PD amendment. So the consistency between the two made us very confident to proceed, and we elected the ULUC process as our fastest path to improving Aspen Grove to where it should be and where it needs to be a vibrant, exciting destination place and a true gem for City of Littleton. And with the confidence that we had in the ULUC and the process and all the work that went into it, we could then communicate to our tenants confidently that there is a plan, there is a future, and Aspen Grove is in the process of being elevated to its highest potential. And that in turn gave our tenants, both existing and future, the confidence to invest in Littleton and commit to Aspen Grove long-term, ensuring that we have a vibrant, healthy retail shopping center that's evolved into what we have proposed here, which is an element of mixed use ensuring long-term viability. So a little bit of a longer history, but I think that was all worth stating. So we included the guiding principles here that were used in the comprehensive plan because these guiding principles ultimately informed the ULUC, and from there informed our master development plan application. We took all 5 of these very serious, and we made sure that they were in the back of our minds as we went through the visioning process for the future of Aspen Grove via the master development plan. So quickly going through, Littleton is special because of its people, its businesses, and its culture. And it's those anchored elements that Aspen Grove is proud to be a part of and proud to contribute towards. Clearly, there is a very strong sense of community in the city of Littleton, and we're proud to be a part of that. And Aspen Grove should reflect that authenticity that comes along with that strong sense of community. The connected or connectivity, that is Aspen Grove's purpose. I mean, what Aspen Grove does is it connects people with shopping and experiences, and it brings a community together at a destination that provides entertainment. It's really what you want as a hub to bring your community together and build that connection. In addition to the experiences, it connects to nature, it connects to transit, and ultimately will provide, or we hope will provide, more housing and recreation to further build that connection. As far as the active guideline, we felt that, or we know that Aspen Grove is a community of experiences. And what we have proposed here creates more of an active environment, more experiences, more plazas, interesting spaces to convene, connect, and build those relationships. And that is ultimately what we see Aspen Grove serving, that's how we see Aspen Grove serving the community. And for the engagement, we engage, Aspen Grove engages every day through the retailers to the shoppers, from us on site to the retailers to the shoppers. So we're hearing directly kind of what is going on day to day. And we're also communicating directly with the tenants, both existing and future, and understand kind of what they're looking for. And so that daily 24/7 engagement gives us the insight and vision and confidence in our application that you're reviewing tonight. So staff did a good job of running through all the decision criteria, so I don't want to be redundant and repeat anything. I think what I'll do is just focus on a couple of the criteria that were questioned, which I believe were building form and massing was one of the concerns or one of the questions. So what we have laid out here to orient you, Area A being adjacent to the RTD mineral station, that is the most appropriate space for a mixed-use retail residential project. And that is where we're proposing capping the total residential units of 481 maximum in Area A. Anything else beyond that would require us coming back for an amendment and future discussion. But in terms of the massing, having a larger project there adjacent to the existing retail buildings, and a subsequent slide, we have a visual that I think really addresses your comment or your question and gives you a stronger sense of how the site could look if we proceed with Area A's redevelopment. And I believe the next one was quality of design. This visual I think will help out as well, but high level, we're committed to a variety of materials because we want to create something interesting, exciting at the pedestrian level. Anything we build or improve on the site is solely done with the intent to create a healthier, more exciting, vibrant site. And so, we are very committed and strongly encouraged to provide something that ensures people will continue to come back and enjoy their experience at Aspen Grove. In doing, with the addition of plazas, common areas, public art, easy access, that's how we kind of create the new with the existing and ensure that we have a transition that makes sense and is appropriate for the existing buildings. It also fits with the new buildings that we have proposed. And just to kind of emphasize the phasing, we kind of did a simple diagram here, but Area A is Phase 1. Area B would be Phase 2. Anything beyond that or any changes to what would potentially be approved would require us to come back and request approval again via an amendment to the MDP. But I just want to emphasize that Area A would be the first phase, and anything beyond that would be completely market-driven, and we wouldn't do it unless it was appropriate for the existing tenants and the future of Aspen Grove. Okay, so now to some visuals, which I believe will help out a little bit more. So what we're looking at here kind of gives you a sense of the public realm. It gives you a sense of what you would experience as a pedestrian visiting the new and improved Aspen Grove. Notice we want to make sure it's very retail forward. This is still a retail shopping center in a retail environment. It's not a residential environment. The residential augments and supports the retail, but Aspen Grove at its core will always be a retail shopping center. So creating this pedestrian environment where there's outdoor seating, activities, lush landscape, just an interesting place where you would want to spend time and meet up with friends and kind of have this visually appealing yet active environment. That is the environment we're trying to build. So the question, I imagine there'll be many questions about residential and why would we do residential? So we're proposing a maximum of 481 units on Area A because that density and that consolidation adjacent to TOD is where residential needs to be. That is fully aligned with the goals of the mixed-use corridor zoning designation. We are delivering the vision that has been in process and created for years. And we fully agree that the consolidation of residential units on the southern end is the most appropriate place to do so. And by bringing in that energy and more shoppers and residents, it supports the sales and the health of all the retailers, both new and future, and ground floor retail that we're proposing here. I mean, and one final note on that is there's a severe housing shortage, and this is an expedited way to help address that housing shortage and do it in a way that is still beneficial to Aspen Grove and Littleton as a whole. Okay, so a little bit just about the layout and site plan in general. I think it's important to note that what we have proposed here is an improvement of an existing development, an existing improved site. And so it truly is upcycling. So you're taking something that has kind of used its useful life and you're reinvigorating it, you're bringing it up to modern standards to be interesting, compelling, and competitive in today's market. Connectivity is absolutely key to the success of a future Aspen Grove, both pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular activity. And so any consideration in a future design puts those at the forefront because we want to make sure that we have a space, an environment where people can easily enjoy and navigate to get to and from. So we're showing the pedestrian and bike along the new road on the interior. There's existing east-west pedestrian connectivity that is there today. There's the connections in front of the existing buildings. And so creating a space where people can easily get from one side to another or across is going to be critical to the health and success of the future Aspen Grove. And the delicate balance is preserving one of the things that makes Aspen Grove so special, which is the convenient surface parking. One of the reasons that I've heard directly from tenants, both new and previous, are they love that their customers can easily get to the site, park in front of their shop, access their shop, and choose to stay or choose to go. But that convenience is critical to the health of a long-term retailer. It's one of the things that we are confident makes Aspen Grove special because we've heard it directly from our tenants. And so we will continue to provide that in any subsequent developments. For the residential, the parking would be consolidated to a parking structure And so it would not negatively impact our retailers and their shoppers' accessibility to the center. And as I mentioned, anything we do out there would be completely market-driven and motivated by what we're hearing from tenants today, what we're hearing from the market today, and would be whatever is best for Aspen Grove and Littleton. All right, so this is the visual I had in mind that would kind of help address some of the concerns. The first one being form and massing. So we're showing a conceptual building on the left side adjacent to an existing retail building that's out there today on the right. So if you can picture where Ted's Montana Grill is on the corner, that's the building you're seeing on the right. So notice, you'll notice the scale adjacent to one another. It is not dramatic, it is subtle, and it's appropriate for a 33-acre site with so much retail. So when I say we want to consolidate the residential on the southern end, this is how we would do it, and this is the scale of how we would do it. And I hope that it addresses some concerns that it's not an imposing building. It's actually a well-thought-out, well-designed public environment where, notice the retail storefronts, we would use a variety of different materials. There's articulation, there's depth, there's jogging of the building, there is landscape and lush, interesting plants anywhere we can put them just to create a happier, more exciting public environment. So hopefully this gives you a general sense of what the future of Aspen Grove could look like, by 2027, based on our current timeline we have proposed. But again, notice the retail is the forefront. We're not emphasizing the residential, it's the retail what's important, and we would design it that way to ensure that it's healthy and all retailers benefit from the mixed-use building. All right, so Kevin gave a description on kind of what retail is today, what Aspen Grove is today, why it needs to evolve, how it needs to evolve to ensure that it continues to support the city of Littleton, both residents and general budget. So everything we do is phased around the existing retailers. There are leases in place that would that restrict on how quickly anything can happen, and we will definitely honor those leases to ensure that anything we do does not contradict or conflict with those leases, and we wouldn't do anything that's detrimental to a tenant anyways, because that's completely against our purpose here. Now, one note I'll add, just based on retailer feedback that I've heard directly, shortly after the PD was approved last November, we were getting phone calls from groups we had never heard from in the past. The level of interest that came from retailers who wanted to be at Aspen Grove because they saw the vision and the potential was remarkable. And all it did was reaffirm that the vision we have for Aspen Grove, the vision that you and the ULUC have for Aspen Grove and the mixed-use corridor was right. And so it was that direct feedback that gave us the confidence to then proceed down this MDP process, because we know what we're proposing here will ultimately lead to a stronger, healthier shopping center and city. All right, good news. This is my last slide, and then we can start taking questions. I'll just kind of reiterate, our vision in the MDP is aligned with the ULUC. What's good for the city is what's good for Aspen Grove. We are both focused on the same goals, and I think we are very much in concert and aligned with how we see the future of this mixed-use corridor, and for us specifically, Aspen Grove. So I'd like to respectfully ask for your support of our MDP application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take some questions from commissioners, but seeing that there's at least 70 people signed up for public hearing tonight, I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. I'd like to just limit it to a couple questions, then after the public hearing's closed, commissioners can ask more detailed questions about the applicant and staff, if that works with you all. So if we could just limit it to 2 or 3 pertinent questions, and then we'll open it up to the public hearing. Commissioner Santana? Commissioner Hoadley?
Yeah, so.
Speak into the microphone.
Don't think, do. So going back to the 2 criteria that previously was brought up, the one with the the forming of the mass. In there, the staff was saying they had encouraged you to provide more, and specifically renderings and visuals of height. Obviously, they didn't feel like that had been provided. I'm curious why you did not provide what staff was asking.
Well, the visual we're looking at now is something that we did share with staff on one of our Zoom conversations. And I felt that this gives a sense of scale and mass. And so when we shared this on our conversation and talked through it and kind of walked through, in more detail than I did just now, but, this is one of the examples of where we did show a visual that I felt addressed the comment.
So on staff's part, is this something we can actually utilize as part of the concept?
Like this visual? Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so. It's not included in the plan, so maybe including it in the plan, and it is illustrative. Yeah, we can.
Okay. Then also the other one about, quality design being unclear. Yeah, I hear your desire to provide quality design. Obviously, you want your business to thrive, and it's important to the community, but it's not really provided. I'm curious, why not?
Because it's in the conceptual phase. We're focused on the form and massing element and ensuring that at a high level what we have proposed works. Those level of details, those naturally evolve over the course of the design process. And so as we reference the SDP as the next phase, that is where it's an appropriate time to get into that level of detail. So, for today, I think this gives the sense of quality of design. And, we felt this was appropriate to at least give a vision of the potential of what the project could look like. But it being so early in the process, it's just too soon to commit to some major specifics that, we want to make sure that the building fits both physically and visually, that the transitions are all appropriate, that it engages pedestrians, and that it works next to retail buildings that were designed and built over 20 years ago. So there's a lot of thought that goes into the design of the new buildings, and it's an evolution of that process where, we are committed to providing something at a high level that works for, planning's vision, for the ULUC's vision, and for our vision of the site, because we are incentivized to provide a project that looks and feels great for everyone on site.
I hear what you're saying, it makes sense. Our criteria specifically says quality design, and you feel like you have provided enough to show your quality design.
Yes, I feel like we've given a sense of quality design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Allman, you have anything?
I was just wondering if you could remind us of, or give us a visual again about the height of the Alamo versus the proposed apartments above retail?
Yes, for comparison purpose, the Alamo building has a height at the peak of about 55 feet. And what we are proposing with the new development is a maximum of 80 feet. Though the code allows 91 feet, we are self-imposing a cap of 80 feet because we feel like that is a more appropriate scale for what's at Aspen Grove today. And to give a sense of comparison, the building that we're looking at here in the corner, the existing building, I believe that one is 40 to 45 feet. So seeing that building adjacent to the new rendering kind of gives a sense of that scale, because the Alamo is even larger than that building we're seeing right here.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McFadden?
I appreciate everything you've said to address the quality design. And I don't know if this is a mixture of a question to staff and to you, but I'm not convinced. I am convinced that what you're showing us appears to be quality design. And if this was answered when my fellow commissioner was asking, I apologize. You're not bound to anything other than what comes with the future site plans, which I know we're not here to worry about that today. But the Planning Commission goes away from this process after if we were to approve it, it's all lives with staff under this current one. And so I interpret quality design for me today that I feel like I need to be assured somehow of a quality design. And Reed, you can help me, or staff, am I reaching too far here? But that's how I interpret that piece of criteria for us. And I don't see where that has to happen. Of course, it's in your best interests to do it nice. But somehow I feel like my role on this commission is to reduce as much promise and get it to as much fact as possible, I guess. And again, correct me if I'm reaching too far here. Sorry for such a long-winded question.
No, I think your opinions are valid. I would suggest that we maybe look at the criteria specifically and maybe read it, because I do feel that there are aspects that are shown in the MDP that hit on some of the items there. So quality design, the design of buildings in hardscape and landscape areas help to establish visual interest, aesthetic appeal, and a unique identity for the development, including human scale amenities, integration of civic spaces for public interaction, and protection from the environmental elements. I think all the renderings that we're seeing hit on that. It's just, yeah, they weren't included necessarily in the MDP. But the standards that we have in place in chapters 1 and 3 that their site plan would be, reviewed against are speaking to those elements as well. So that's where staff felt comfortable seeing the ULUC out with this.
Right, so I appreciate that. I guess, and again, apology if I'm not interpreting it correctly, but to me, I'm assuring everyone in this room and the citizens of Littleton that as a planning commissioner, I'm confident that this MDP shows these elements. At least that's how I'm interpreting how I'm supposed to make a decision. And renderings of intentions, to me, are a lot different. Obviously, it's going to be a site plan. And like I said, we're not here to talk about potential site plans. We're here to talk about what's in front of us. This MDP, so far to me, I just still have questions about quality design. I don't know how else to put it. That's, I guess I just need a little more convincing that this conceptual plan I'm being asked to vote on is actually hitting that, not the promise of a site plan that will follow the ULUC. I believe that, but that's not what I'm being asked to make my judgment on.
Okay. Is there another question there or a response or?
No, just,
okay.
I appreciate that remark. I don't necessarily agree that it's been covered in my mind yet, so.
Commissioner Miller?
Yeah, no, you already clarified the building height, and I understood that with the sustainability incentives, you could have gone up to 91 feet, but you've elected to cap it at 80 feet, so thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things about parking. So the proposal will be meeting the parking standards dictated by the ULUC, and sort of a second question to that is, are there any discounts to the amount of parking required because of proximity to a light rail station?
Yeah, there's a potential 15% reduction for proximity to the light rail station there. It would have to meet the standards. The multifamily, so like apartment standards, are based upon the types of units, which are details that we don't have, but we would have at the site plan level.
All right, and then just one, I guess, we've had several questions about the quality design. This is probably for staff. The ULUC features a significant amount of design standards, including materials, massing, breaking up buildings. So would it be fair to say that in staff's opinion, the design standards in the ULUC are sufficient to address quality design?
Yes, that's exactly what we concluded with this.
Thank you.
May I comment on your first question regarding parking? The MDP, in any future iterations of it, it will definitely meet current code at the time, it'll meet current code parking requirements as submitted, but more importantly, it'll meet the demand of the retailers. And that is often much more intensive than parking requirements at a code level. Tenants are very specific in parking numbers, location, and accessibility and vicinity, near their storefront. And so we wouldn't develop or make an improvement that negatively impacted our tenants' access to customers and shoppers' access to our tenants. So though the code may provide incentives for less parking, we are not incentivized to provide less parking for our tenants. We want to make sure that they have the accessible, easy parking that I referenced earlier that makes Aspen Grove special. So having that surface parking and street parking is critical in our minds of a future vibrant Aspen Grove. As for the residential, that being consolidated to the parking structure makes sense and doesn't impact the retail piece. And we'd oversize the parking structure to provide additional parking for retailers for the reasons I mentioned, to make sure we have more than adequate parking for shoppers to visit the retailers.
Okay. All right. I have, fortunately, one question, but it's a three-part question. The other commissioners asked the question about height that I had. Along the west, I guess it would be the south side, adjacent to the RTD property, the plan diagrams, the circulation diagrams, and all that show a connectivity to the RTD property that's located sort of in the middle of the property, which would end up in the parking lot. So I'm wondering, and then it also indicates a public plaza on one or more of the plans on that side, which I would think would be more internally located. And then there's also sort of a cul-de-sac where that road that wraps around the east end just ends, which isn't the greatest sort of connectivity related. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about your thoughts about that connection. Is there a possibility in the future to connect into the RTD site there? Why would the plaza be there, and why wouldn't you have your connection closer to the RTD transit station there?
Well, connectivity is a critical element of the MDP, and connectivity specifically to RTD is critical. And so what we have proposed, it utilizes our space to ensure that there is easy connections and connectivity to RTD. We've had conversations with RTD in the past, and we're aligned in our goals to make sure that there's easy access. And so when we note that connection point, that's a potential future connection, probably the most ideal connection point, but requires both parties to come to an agreement on how that looks. And so we can't commit to that connection point today because we can't control it. So where we can control access points, we are maximizing the efficiency for pedestrian and bike access to and from the RTD, providing bike unloading zones, bike storage, and making sure that the RTD is utilized. So, making it challenging and difficult to access when we're saying we have a TOD project, it conflicts. And so we're doing everything we can from day one to maximize connectivity, and then fully intend to work with RTD to build upon that connectivity to improve it even further. In the comment about the cul-de-sac, that's purely a fire code design. So that provides enough room for a truck to access, run a hose, and turn around.
Okay.
If I said that wrong, correct me. Grade? Oh, right. It also solves for the grade change in that corner of the site. So the RTD site and South Santa Fe are both probably over 20 feet above grade at that point.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have for now, so we'd like to get to the public hearing. So right now I'd like to open the public hearing at 8:31 p.m. And we have a number of folks signed up. I think I quickly counted at least 70, which at 3 minutes apiece will take quite some time. So what I would ask is, this is a public hearing. You're invited to come up and provide your input and feedback. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and so that everybody has an opportunity. Please speak from the mic, state your name and address. Try not to repeat what others have said unless you want to say, well, I agree with, so-and-so. That way we can save some time and make sure that everybody that's taken time out of their evening here can speak to us tonight, hopefully, without being here past midnight. And also, while people are speaking, you may have a difference of opinion with them. I ask you to respect their opinions to speak and refrain from applause or catcalls or anything along those lines. And we do retain the right to ask people to leave if they are rude. So please have respect for the other speakers. There are a diversity of opinions here. So with that, I'll start from the top of the list. And ask Kathleen Murphy, please.
I didn't sign up,
Okay.
but I do have a question.
If you do want to come up, that would be great. And just speak into the mic if you can.
Good evening, I'm Kathleen Murphy, and I live in Woolhurst Landing, right north of Aspen Grove. My question is, why do they only send out notices to people within 700 feet of the property when it affects the whole city? My other question is, why was the ULUC change made before the newly elected officers were brought in?
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, well, I wrote down those questions, and I hope staff can address those after the public hearing. Thank you. Drew Lang, do I have that right? Drew Lang?
Good evening, Commissioners, city staff. Thanks for allowing us to speak on this topic tonight. My name is Drew Lang, and I, along with my brother Todd, own the Lang Investment Group, which is a financial advisory firm located at 2329 West Main Street. I'm also on the board with the Littleton Business Chamber with these two gentlemen who are going to speak after me. And the Littleton Business Chamber is in full support of the planned development that Garrity has laid out here. Aspen Grove in the current state will struggle, in our opinion, for several years, or it has struggled, to retain and add what we would deem Class A properties. Class A properties, as you all probably are aware, as they pointed out, are typically high-income earning tenants like Apple, Chick-fil-A, Alamo, Ted's Montana Grill. Adding just under 500 residential units could potentially do a lot to retain and attract those Class A type properties that we would all like to see. The addition of mixed use will not change the character of Littleton. This plan also addresses some of the need for affordable housing. The concern that I have, as well as some of my colleagues, is that by turning down this plan for Aspen Grove, is we wind up with another Columbine Square. That's been an eyesore on the west side of town for 15 years. I live over on that side of town. Oh, something went wrong, apparently. Would you like me to start over? We believe that the new plan for Aspen Grove is thoughtful and respectful as it relates to the feedback that's been provided. Aspen Grove has been a strong tax collector, and I point out to the retail sales and general use tax by geographic location. So far, Aspen Grove has brought in June, $218,964. Year-to-date, $1.3 million. So we're comfortably going to be over $2 million. Who knows what attracting these new businesses might be. So we believe they deserve a shot at remaining vibrant and relevant well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cal Marib.
Good evening, Commissioners. Cal Marib, 2389 West Main Street. I stumbled into Littleton about 42 years ago and started small business then. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Cal and Kalina Murab Properties. Littleton in those days was really suffering big time. You walk down Main Street and 50% of the property would be either for sale or rent, if not more than that. And it changed. It had to change. And the only way to change it is to bring restaurants, bars, create more traffic, pedestrian traffic to town. I opened a vacuum cleaner store. How often does your vacuum break down? Once every 5 years. So a restaurant, you got to eat 3 times a day or 2 times a day, so you got more traffic. Anyhow, I'm in total support of the Aspen Grove project. I think the owners and the management are investing a lot of money in this community. They're bringing residential and new businesses and support the community. And their tax base is tremendous compared to what downtown Littleton does. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Pat Donahue.
Good evening, Pat Donahue. I live in District 4, about a mile away from Aspen Grove, and my office is another mile the other way from Aspen Grove. So it's just as important to me as the rest of the folks in this room what happens at Mineral and Santa Fe. And I think that as a volunteer member of South Park, I need to speak on behalf of that. And I want to say I appreciate all your volunteerism as well. In South Park, we're elected board members, and I am the liaison with the city. All of the members of South Park, in terms of the business district, all have a vote who's on the board. So tonight I am here to speak on behalf of this project. We have 300 residential units in South Park, and we make it work just fine. And I trust that the city and I trust that Aspen Grove can do the same. I also want to make a comment tonight that I work continually with the city and the planning department on buildings that we approve in South Park. I'm also on the Architectural Control Committee there. And I give that group lots of credit for making certain that buildings look right, are prepared right for the community, and that will work right. that's their jobs. I think they do pretty good at it. I have a lot of faith in Jen and Mike and their group, as South Park proves it. I invite all of you to drive around there and take a look at it. We kind of get forgotten about out there. We're on the very south end of town. I also want to say I really appreciate the community coming out and speaking out loudly as can Aspen Grove handle 2,000 units. I was never in favor personally of 2,000 units. I think that they are showing a lot of courage coming here tonight with a reduced number. I think that's showing you what they care about, and that's their business. And if we lose the credibility that Garrity has, we don't know the next group. I think you all are tasked with much bigger problems coming forward. I think the Toll Brothers project and the Evergreen project is much more challenging. Aspen Grove does great things for the community, and I don't think anybody in this room should forget that. As does South Park. And we run it the same way I believe that Garrity does, and that's all I need to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, I have Nicholas Stevens.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. My name is Nick Stevens. I also live in South Park, right across the street there. And I'm a homeowner there, and I'm here in favor of the plans that were put forward for 3 reasons. First, we are in a housing crisis. Second, housing near transit is the best kind of housing that we can build. And finally, we need to secure Aspen Grove as a solid source of income, of sales tax for the community. So we're in a housing crisis and we need more housing. I moved to South Park because it was one of the few places I could buy a townhome in the area. Single-family homes are expensive to buy and maintain. We need more apartments, duplexes, and townhomes in Denver to support those who can't afford or don't want to pay for single-family homes. Aspen Grove is a great location to add more apartments to Littleton's housing mix, especially in this area, which is dominated primarily by single-family homes. Housing near transit is the best housing we can build. Aspen Grove is adjacent to light rail and bike trails. It's an ideal location for housing for those like myself who wish to reduce their use of cars. Further adding to the affordability of housing is Aspen Grove's proximity to bike trails. I moved to South Park because it's so close to the light rail. I know there's many others, such as myself, who wish to use the light rail to save on money and reduce greenhouse gases. The community has invested a lot of money in light rail. It's the best way to support its use is by adding housing right next to it. We need to protect Aspen Grove as a significant source of income of sales tax for the city. Strip malls across the nation are facing challenges as brick and mortar loses out to online sales. Mixed-use spaces are more resilient to these changes because they provide a built-in community of customers. Our city needs this development to protect Aspen Grove as a source of sales tax revenue. In closing, I'd like to say that there are many social and economic reasons to support this development, but my reasoning goes beyond that. My wife and I are currently preparing our home to begin fostering children. As I think about these children growing older, I want them to have opportunities to engage in community and be with friends and safety. Mixed-use areas come built in with community. I look forward to taking my children to such a place to build memories of ice cream and games. And when they become teenagers, I relax at the idea of being able to give them some place to walk to instead of having to drive them around the city in a car. I'm excited that they'll have community spaces where they can be with friends. I imagine them getting their first summer job there. I'm excited that not only I, but hundreds of residents will also be able to call this area their home for the first time. I'm grateful to the developer for being willing to invest in Littleton, and thank you, council members, for considering such a future. Please vote yes tonight.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Goldberg.
Michael Goldberg, good evening, council, or commissioners. I guess I get the dubious honor of being the first person to say no. I say no mostly because I don't believe adequate feasibility studies have been done, and I don't believe that the developer has told us what the change in square footage of retail space is going to be. Definition of feasibility is a study designed to determine practicality of a system or plan. A project plan is the result of a specific moment in time, not a feasibility study. And everything that we've seen presented is project plan, not feasibility, not what's going to happen in the future. That leaves clear questions regarding quality of design for traffic and the amount of retail space that will be there. At a recent city council meeting, one citizen made a lot of allegations about statements referencing multiple studies done to plan for the future, and I'm hearing the same things again tonight. At the meeting wrap-up, Mark Ralph gave a rebuttal answer to the speaker's presentation, and I won't waste time with the whole quote, but basically what he said is, we have also developed 2 financial models, looked at the impact on a larger scale of code change in the ULUC over 20 to 30 years. Our group did a public information request asking for the specifics of these feasibility studies. In response to this request, we received a letter with 6 reference documents, 2 of which referenced different sections of the same document, the comprehensive plan, which, as you know from multiple presentations by me and others, have illuminated and documented many specifics where the ULUC is supposed to embody the plan, but it ignores it and convolutes its intents. The second document was the Envision Littleton report, citing its transportation plan that was used to create the CMP. Neither of these documents are feasibility studies. They are expressions of the desired outcome, which at best is an expression of a project plan at some future point in time. The EPS Council presentation is a true feasibility study and encompasses 3 documents, but for brevity, I will only cite a few salient points. Most important is the long-term fiscal health model that they use to evaluate the role of land use decisions and to project a specific fiscal model review. There was good work done here, but it makes a few things very
That's
clear.
time.
Right, time's up, sorry. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off there. Next up is Isaac Puckett.
Hello. This is my first time at one of these meetings, so I appreciate the learning opportunity. In fact, about 2 years ago, I didn't even know what a city council does. So thanks for this. I live right across Aspen Grove, and it's pretty monumental in my daily life. I go to the Alamo all the time, and I'm not opposed to the building per se, but I am concerned with the level of building there. I have a 20-minute commute to Lockheed Martin, and 5 of those minutes is trying to turn left on Santa Fe. You did talk about the traffic study and how it was proven by analysis. At Lockheed Martin, we also prove requirements too. And when we say analysis, that just means that there was incomplete data or just data that we couldn't, just not real data. So when I say that 25% of my commute is turning left on a street, that's real data that's saying our infrastructure is not ready for 2,000 houses. I'm also a little bit concerned about 80 feet tall, especially when the Alamo is a big building, and it's, I believe you quoted 60 feet tall. Again, I'm not opposed to building, but I think there's a compromise here. Perhaps if we can look at a building structure of 60 feet, I don't think you'll get as much scrutiny. My last concern is with wildlife. It's pretty close to that Cooley Reservoir, and Carson Nature Center did publish some concerns about the increased amount of people on there and how it's impacting the environment. I didn't hear anything about environmental study. Is that something that we did? My last area of concern, it's not really about the building, but about the process. Why did we move forward? This is also just me being a little bit ignorant and late to the table, so I apologize. Why did we move forward with this development under the ULUC when, as I understood, that it was supposed to be delayed by a referendum under a different plan? To me, granted this is purely my opinion, I feel that the rug was pulled out from underneath me. I was kind of expecting the people to kind of decide for the community whether we proceed or not. Honestly, that's for them to decide, but when that voice got taken away, I was a little bit disappointed. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I know you left an important question there that a lot of folks have, and we'll defer that to after the public hearing so that staff can answer that question. Thank you. And appreciate you coming out to this. Linda Nufinke?
Hi, my name is Linda Knufike of the 4th District. The Master Development Plan, Section 10-9, clearly shows how this plan does not conform to the Master Development Plan as required by the city. Because it doesn't comply with the Master Development Plan, do not approve this plan as designed today. The next 3 slides show 3 areas of the Master Development Plan in the code. First is the content. Second is the decision-making, third is the procedures, and I'll focus today only on decision-making. So here's the content, here's the decision criteria, and here are the procedures based on your code. So here is what I think. On the left-hand side is the ULUC criteria, and on the right-hand side are my comments. So, and we have talked about this pretty extensively with the city staff and the applicant, and the layout is a serious problem. The subject property is laid out in an efficient manner relative to natural and built environments and designed to achieve the aims of a compact, highly walkable environment. No, it is not the case. The building form and massing, the placement, arrangement, and size and relationships to buildings relative to streets, pedestrian, civic spaces, and one another create an urban environment. No. Quality design, we don't know what kind of development this will be and what kind of material they plan on using. If you approve this, you take away the character and the design of the buildings, and so you're not really following anything like this. Walkability, the property is not walkable, stumbleable, or anything like that. It's the opposite of walkable. Pedestrian and bicycles will avoid this area. And 5 is undeveloped space, and the undeveloped space makes no logical sense whatsoever. So we also have complete streets and parking. That's not good at all. The effect on natural environment, CPW said it does not have an adverse effect. I just heard that Carson Nature says it does. However, Southwest, I believe it's Southwest Water and Sanitation, say there's significant work to do on this property. So the next one is nuisance mitigation, and the following is phasing. We don't know the phases of development. And then the final is crime prevention. The development is not financially viable for the city, despite what the city tells you. The additional property taxes gained on this land is enough to fund one-fourth of a police officer's salary for the city of Littleton. So in addition to financial viability, apartment dwellers will have a firsthand view of all the accidents on Santa Fe and Mineral. So I just wanted to bring up this document here, which shows, you can see all the parking that's been kind of overtaken by the new development. So, and plus there's a new interior drive, and they close a lot of driving that exist, or a lot of drives that exist for Littleton and for Aspen Grove. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Lynn Christensen?
So tonight we have a group presentation that was approved by the chairman previously. So we're going to start by introducing ourselves first so that we have continuity with our presentation. And so could you please stop before we start over? I was explaining to you what we were going to do tonight so that you understood. Would you mind?
Well, each person gets.
We get 3 minutes.
Each person gets 3 minutes.
We do. We've got it laid out
So you're
that
taking
way.
more than other people because you're speaking.
Well, I was explaining to you what we were doing ahead of time because it's different than the normal format. I don't want to argue with you,
Yeah.
but it will
Wendy,
definitely.
go ahead and
we have
reset.
exactly our 12 minutes here, so.
Yeah, if you could start now, that'd be
Thank you
great.
so much. Thanks so much. My name is Lynn Christensen. I live in District 3.
My name's Carolyn Newell. I live in District 4.
Paul Bingham, District 3. John Marquetti, District 4.
I want to begin by referencing the ULUC MDP process that states a public hearing may be warranted if the plan does not conform to the policies of the comprehensive plan, transportation master plan, or other plan, study, or report adopted by the City Council, or if a referral agency raises a concern. And we will be referencing some of these tonight. Comp Plan Policy HNN 6 is to ensure that new and redeveloped residential properties are compatible with the character of the surrounding area. And the decision criteria of building form and massing and quality design have already been addressed earlier, and there's already been concerns stated about that earlier. I just want to ask some questions. How many stories do you anticipate 80 feet will be, and how does this meet the criteria requiring human scale and urban design? How are 80-foot buildings twice the height of existing single-story retail buildings compatible in scale, bulk, and character of their surrounding area? Why wasn't any 3D modeling required or submitted? And how does this plan comply with Comp Plan Policy HNN 6? Another decision criteria is nuisance mitigation, which includes noise. Has a study been done to determine whether noise from traffic or the light rail will not bounce back off the buildings to the surrounding neighborhoods? And if not, then why not? Again, according to the MDP process, a public hearing may be warranted due to a potential adverse impact of traffic volume. The traffic impact report data for intersections during AM and PM peak traffic periods include these statements. Quote, "For multiple lanes, there is insufficient capacity to serve the high traffic demand. As background traffic volumes increase, the associated delay experienced will also increase. And the intersection overall is projected to experience a failing level of service," unquote. Comp Plan Policy LNC 6 is to promote development decisions that further quality objectives for reduced traffic congestion. Are these situations going to be mitigated concerning adverse traffic volume so that this plan complies with the comp plan? If so, who is going to pay for it? And if not, why not?
Comp Plan Policy HNN 1 says, quote, "Encourage an array of residential options within the city through new development, redevelopment, and maintenance of existing housing stock to respond to the need for varying housing types, sizes, and price points that are attainable for prospective owners and renters at all levels of income." The Littleton Housing Study identified core housing needs as low-income, affordable housing, starter homes, senior living options, and workforce housing. The real estate professionals cited in the Littleton Housing Study said the city needs small attached and patio homes, starter homes, ranches, single-level attached duplexes, triplexes, and paired home. How does a development of 481 market-rate apartments provide a diversity of housing types and formats, sizes, and price points that are attainable for all levels of income? How do they provide any of the Littleton Housing Study's identified core housing needs? According to Data USA, Littleton owner-occupied housing is 60% below the national average of 64%. Currently, there are a very large number of pre-applications and applications for market-rate rental apartments and very few for-sale types of housing. So how many pre-applications and applications are there for market-rate rental apartments and for-sale housing? How is staff planning to manage the diversity of housing types so residents get the type of housing that have been identified in the Littleton Housing Study and Comp Plan policies? According to the developer's economic analysis, retail at Aspen Grove will not survive if it cannot evolve to meet the market demands. for mixes of use including retail, commercial, and residential. And this plan enhances city sales tax base and produces general fund revenues in considerable excess of associated service costs. Where is the data that substantiate these claims? The market has changed quite a bit, just even in the last year. As a leading contributor to the city's sales tax revenue, what percentage of total revenue does Aspen Grove contribute? In the Littleton housing study, data before COVID or current high inflation levels, it indicated that the cost burden among both renters and owners increased. In other words, they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. The proportion of both renters and owners spending at least half of their income on housing has also increased. This is referred to being severely cost burdened. Thanks.
The proportion of both renters and owners spending at least half of their income on housing has also increased. This is referred to as being severely cost burdened. Littleton renters lost purchasing power as rents increased faster than incomes, and the trend has continued. The owners tend to be older and earn higher incomes than renters. The median income for renters is less than half of that for owners. This leaves us wondering how renters who earn less than owners and are increasingly losing purchasing power will actually help retain the high-value tenants that currently have a significant benefit to the city's sales tax income, attract new relevant retail tenants, and contribute to the economic prosperity while maintaining and enhancing the community's character. Another question is, how many of the renters in the Berkshire apartments actually shop at Aspen Grove? These important questions need to be answered adequately so that the proposed plan complies with the comp plan policy E&T number 2, which states that the city will seek opportunities to enhance the city's tax base and needs supporting data before this proposal is approved. In the letter from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, it indicated that they have no concerns with this development as it pertains to any wildlife concerns, unquote. But in the past, they have only commented on the endangered species not being present and have presented no data to support this statement. Staff at Carson Nature Center have shared concerns about how wildlife on Cooley Lake in particular are changing their behavior due to more people around and the bald eagles that used to nest around along South Platte River have not returned. Policy ENV5 is the comprehensive, as in the comprehensive plan states, quote, include habitat protection among its community planning considerations, recognizing that wildlife presence and movement within the city is a continuing reality and part of a healthy natural environment. Where is the plan, where in the master development plan proposed to help protect the wildlife along South Platte River corridor according to the comprehensive plan policy? How will curious or hungry wildlife be prevented from entering the residential area other than landscape buffers, which wildlife will walk or hop right over? One of the review criteria is the effect on natural environment, which says the development will not create any significant impacts on stormwater management facilities or the natural environment, including water, air,
Time's up,
vegetation,
Mr. Payne.
other environmental features. Right there, John. Thank you.
One of the review criteria is the effect on natural environment, which says the development will not create any significant impacts on stormwater management facilities or the natural environment, including water, air, vegetation, and other environmental features. How will this development impact air quality from CO2 emissions of the extra cars of almost 500 new residential units or vehicles waiting in congested traffic at the various intersections that was detailed in the traffic impact report. How will this development impact the wetlands or vegetation? The only area that was addressed was stormwater, which is still very vague and needs further clarification. Why was a study not done or referral agency not required to determine the impact on the air, vegetation, or wetlands? In the April 22nd letter from Community Development to Brad High from Norris Design, it appears referral agency reports are missing from Arapahoe County, the City of Littleton Police, Comcast, CenturyLink, XL Energy, South Metro Housing Options, South Suburban Parks and Recs, and Littleton Public Schools, making this application incomplete. If they are not available at this point in time tonight, then I'm not sure why this public hearing is even taking place. Even though the project narrative states more than adequate utilities exist to serve the proposed redevelopment of the tract. Where is that data to support this statement? How is this development proposal affecting Littleton Public Schools? By allowing a pass to not require this information for the master development plan and just for the site plan, it circumvents transparency and accountability in the master development plan process. If the answers to these questions do not irrefutably demonstrate that the Aspen Grove NDP is in compliance to the decision criteria, comprehensive plan, and Littleton housing study during the public hearing tonight, then this application needs to be denied. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next up is Mary Jane Brady.
Good evening. I live in District 3, and I'm here to tell you that I'm very sympathetic for the task you have in front of you for this project. Similar to what the gentleman before me just said, I don't think you have enough information to properly make this decision. There seems to be a huge disconnect between the work that was done on the comprehensive plan and the code. The code is not seeming, in the language that I've read, to require measurable metrics. The language is quality and good and effective, and it all sounds really great. But what does that actually mean? Because it means something different to each of us. And I think the work that maybe is happening or is going to happen on some revisions for the code is a great thing, and I applaud the effort to fix those things. But I don't see how you have enough information to make this decision tonight. If you don't have enough information to make the decision, I don't think it's appropriate to make it right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pat Cronenberger?
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Pat Cronenberger. I live in District 2, and I support the Aspen Grove Master Development Plan. There is no doubt in my mind that what is before you fulfills the intent of the comp plan and addresses the ULUC. I was an active participant in the development of both the comp plan and the ULUC, and what is being proposed tonight is appropriate and responsible. I'm also on record supporting the PD amendment that came before you last fall and in opposing the petition effort to reverse the rezone decision. It would be my strong preference that there be even more housing at this location. And I thought Nick Stevens, who spoke before me, was very eloquent on the reasons why housing is necessary at that location, given that there's a transit station there. And I especially liked his language about mixed-use areas supporting community. I thought that was very eloquent. We know from the 2017 housing study, which another speaker mentioned that we are in desperate need of more housing options. And it's for that reason that the Housing Authority, the South Metro Housing Options, of which I am a board member, supported the PD amendment last fall because of it addressing that need for greater variety and more options for housing. I find it very dismaying when I hear people say that they oppose the project because there is no affordable housing. I find it a very odd situation that affordable housing is somewhat being weaponized to oppose housing projects in our community. This parcel is very, very important to our economic health and vitality. I was a member of City Council many, many years ago when we made Aspen Grove possible and did that zoning. It was a key parcel then. It has never ceased to be an important parcel to our economic health and vitality. This owner, previous owners have always been really good community partners by sponsoring and supporting community activities. They need to be, that needs to be recognized. They are a part of our community. I urge your support of the master development plan this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Karen Stinger. Okay. Jan Stinger?
Hi, my name is Jan Stinger. I live in District 3. I was one of the people that took petitions around last November because we were under the understanding that it was going to be about 2,000 housing units and up to 85 feet tall. So we did get the number of signatures needed, and it was supposed to be put on a ballot. And now I understand that because of the ULUC, that this is going to become moot. I think that that's not quite right. I think it's an end run around all of the citizens that signed the petitions. I also believe that decreasing the number of units helps, but I think that one of the major points, sticking points, was the height. And without knowing the exact height, they said they know the ULUC says 91 feet, but they're not going to go above 80. Is that in the contract? Is that in the master development plan? Does it say they will not exceed that? And I still believe 80 feet is too high for that location. I think that most of the people that signed the petition thought it was too high. So it's not about affordable housing. It's not about adding housing. I think housing may need to be added. It's about the way it's being done. I believe that the ULUC is way too high as far as the 91 feet. I would like to say that we have a new petition to change the charter so that you can't go do an end run around us like council is doing. I'm very disappointed that our voices aren't being heard. I think it's a shame. I appreciate the fact that you guys are having this hearing. I appreciate the questions that have been asked, but I do feel like we are not being listened to, and until this site plan gets definitive on what they're going to do, and definitive on whether there's enough water, whether there's enough schools, what's the traffic going to be like, and while they're doing all of this, what happens to the intersection to Mineral and Santa Fe? If that intersection has a problem, what happens to downtown Littleton? What happens to County Line in Santa Fe? How do you leave Littleton if you want to go west and you don't have Mineral? Right now, Mineral is a major thoroughfare, which makes it great for Aspen Grove, but not great for the residents of city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lori Gillen?
I'm here to voice my support for the Aspen Grove redevelopment project. My name is Lori Gillen, and I have lived in Littleton since 1966. So many changes have happened here in those 5 decades, and I believe that a city must continually evolve to best serve its residents and to use its resources wisely. This Planning Commission is one of the city groups that does this work, and so I thank you all for your service and leadership. I've worked in a retail store in Aspen Grove for 6 years at the management level, and I'd like to share some of the reasons why it is such a great place to work. Included but not limited to, it's very close to my home. I live in Southbridge, so I could walk there if I wanted to. It's very safe. I feel safe there for myself and for my staff. It's beautiful and clean with open green spaces, lots of lighting, and the most amazing landscaping. There's access to the light rail. There's also access to South Puckett Park for walking and biking to and from Aspen Grove. There's a camaraderie among the employees that work in the center that is led by the Aspen Grove management team, as well as a feeling of being connected to some Littleton institutions. For example, Arapahoe Community College used a space for its student art show this spring. Town Hall Arts Center uses one of the vacant stores for a rehearsal space, and Bemis Library also created the Story Walk at Aspen Grove. So I'd also like to share some of the things that our customers tell us about Aspen Grove that it makes it a great place to shop. Their favorite shops, restaurants, and services are here. It's easy to get in and out of, and the parking is plentiful, so they can pull right up to the front door, come in the shop, get what they want, and move along. It's dog-friendly. We have lots of people from the surrounding apartments who come and walk their dogs every day. They like the events that are hosted and come specifically for things like the farmers market, Paris Street Market, yoga, and swing dancing. They are also aware of and supportive of the community partnerships. Despite all of these great things that management has created, the reality is that storefronts remain empty because the retail industry is forever changed. Even before the pandemic, there was a shift to online shopping and home delivery, and then COVID just accelerated the downsizing and closing of many retailers like Christopher Banks, Origins, and even the Starbucks at Aspen Grove. Staffing remains a huge issue for every business. Aspen Grove will never return to the way that it was when it was originally built, so it means that the time to reallocate these resources is here and now. The current proposal to add residential units to the property is a great opportunity to do that. All of the great things that make Aspen Grove a great place to work and shop and gather will also make it a great place to live. I urge you to approve the proposal so that we can keep the best parts of Aspen Grove and add some much-needed housing to our city to continue our evolution. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Colette Nelson? Okay. Deb Corley? No? Okay. Donnie McNamara? Have that right? Oh, Bonnie, I'm sorry. Bonnie McNamara. Are you here? Do you want to speak? Yeah. Come on up.
Thank you all for your time and letting us speak tonight. But first of all, I'm Bonnie McNamara from, I think, District 1. I don't know, Arapahoe Hills, I guess. But I just have a little trouble with the process. You know, I think government should serve the people. And when the people have asked to be shown certain documents and not see the documents, then it looks like you guys are up to something. And that kind of makes me nervous. Not that I don't trust government, but when we see that happen and things change before it gets around to the people to vote on, it kind of makes us look like fools or something. I don't know what we are. But I just want you guys to respect the process and come up with a process that's better than what you've done, because it's made a lot of us nervous. So with that, I'll say, I hope you say no until you get better documents, better stats, better things that make sense for the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope I'm pronouncing this right. Stephen Hutzmo? Did I get that right?
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I don't have a prepared speech. This is all completely off the cuff, so I don't think I'll go anywhere close to 3 minutes. I was born and raised in Littleton. I left in my 20s, came back in my 40s, and have been living in the South Park townhome community for about 11 years now. And my unit is one of the end units. It overlooks Santa Fe, and at least as of now, I have a beautiful view of the open space territory that is soon going to go away. I know that's a foregone conclusion, and I'm okay with that. Per my understanding, it's mixed use, it's residential, it's office, it's retail. And, you know, there'll be additional congestion. I know the Quad Road is scheduled to start next year. And maybe on balance, it'll be a great thing for Littleton. Maybe it'll be a great thing for our neighborhood. I don't know. The jury's kind of out as far as I'm concerned right now. I did support the sales tax increase. I know that Littleton needs to remain a vibrant community long-term. My feeling, and I want to be careful in how I say this, is that with the scheduled development on the southwest corner of Mineral and Santa Fe, with all that scheduled to go, I just think that additional high-density housing in Aspen Grove is, for lack of a better term, overkill. And I think it will negatively affect the quality of life for the immediate neighborhood and also perhaps for Littleton in general. That said, I would ask the council to not approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Metros?
I am opposed, and I hope you are too, to the plan, and I'll put you.
Okay. Is that Christie? Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you didn't make me pronounce your last name.
I know, it's a horrible, Christy Bougie. I live in District 4. So thanks you first. I want to thank you very much for your willingness to serve and volunteer for our community. It's, I know, a very difficult job, so I appreciate it. I just want to say we're here again for another late night because there's a shell game being played. And unfortunately, the Garrity Group has decided to reapply under the looser and more inconsistent ULUC code so that we could potentially have a different than what we in Littleton cherish. Okay? I live less than a mile from this area, a little bit more than a mile actually. And we never get notifications of any of the changes that are going on in this area. The number of homes that get notified is kind of a ridiculous amount, and I think that you would find that if there were some additional mailings, you would find that more people would probably be a little more upset about it. And I think that's because and why you had the petition after the city council approved the first application, why people were so adamant about getting so many signatures and so many people vested so much time and energy in that process. We all are not opposed to the regeneration of Aspen Grove, but it has to be at an appropriate level. And this application is to start at the 481 units, but then Plan B is up to almost 2,000. So, if you do decide to agree that is a very massive, building that goes against what that area can handle. Things aren't as bleak as they've been portrayed here at Aspen Grove. If you look at the city tax monthly revenue report, as of June 30th, we've seen 30% more increase of tax revenue from Aspen Grove from last year. Finally, the city of Littleton website has an org chart on there. And at the top of the org chart is the Littleton citizens. And then underneath that is the council, the city council, and then you guys and the city staff. I wish that there would just be more consideration of what the citizens of Littleton are asking you. And so I'm asking you to please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Clifford Heitzman? Did we lose him? I just looked down for a minute, sorry. I'll go to the next one. Ginny Youngkin? Ginny Youngkin? No? Okay. Richard Youngkin? No? Okay. Roseanne Romer? Okay. Thomas Roman. I'm sorry, that was Roman, I think. Thomas or Roseanne here? No? Okay. Stuart Maher, did I pronounce that right? Ah.
Good evening, Commissioners. Stuart Maher, I reside at 5645 South Crocker Street. That's in Littleton Heights neighborhood, Council District 2. I'm a 40-year resident of Littleton. Over that 40 years, I've lived in District 1, 3, and now 2. I think I'm where I need to be. From February of 1993 to November of 2001, I served on the City of Littleton's Planning Commission. So I applaud your courage and appreciate the time and diligence that you give to what you bring to these meetings. I'm here this evening to urge your approval of the Aspen Grove Master Development Plan Conditional. Over my time on the Planning Commission, I was privileged to witness the annexation of the Newton property into the City of Littleton, the original development planning for Aspen Grove, the design standards, and some of the evolution of the development as it progressed. And I'm pleased to note that it has become a regional amenity for retail, and I hope it will also add to our housing stock. Aspen Grove has kind of provided a model for the developing character of Littleton and for our quality of life. And as to the quality that's being presented in the plans, I would suggest taking a look at the quality of Aspen Grove that's already there. The quality of those buildings and the quality of the design and the thought, and the quality of the thoughtfulness of the developers and the owners to address the issues of the needs to redevelop that property. And I encourage you to embrace this. You have the opportunity to do new things with your new tools. The city's new urban land use code and the will of the city in the Envision Littleton plan. So I urge you again, please consider this and please embrace it and work with it and help Littleton to continue to grow and develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would say we're about halfway through, so bear with us here. Jack Haig.
Good evening. I'd like to start by thanking the Planning Commission for organizing this public hearing. My name is Jack Haig. I live in District 3 around the Heritage High School neighborhood, and I've never attended a Planning Commission meeting before this, but I am here tonight because I firmly believe that redeveloping Aspen Grove is critical for the future of the city of Littleton and for the Denver metro area as a whole. We continue to see the housing crisis and skyrocketing home prices be a persistent issue around the metro area, especially in Littleton. The average home price in our city now sits at over $750,000, up 20% year over year, according to Zillow. This issue has two main causes: the influx of people to the Denver metro area, with many people seeking to move to Littleton in particular, and the lack of supply caused by poor land use in the city. While there is little we can do about people choosing to move here, we do have control over how we use the land that our city has. Redeveloping Aspen Grove into a mixed-use community would be a significantly better use of our limited land than the sea of parking that exists there now. And increasing the supply of housing is one of the most effective ways to address the housing crisis. While traffic remains a very understandable concern of Littleton residents, the new apartments would be a transit-oriented development. The new community would have easy transit connections to downtown Littleton, Inglewood, Denver, Sheridan, and Highlands Ranch through the Littleton Mineral Bus and Light Rail Station, as well as good pedestrian and cycling connections to the rest of Littleton via our city's excellent bike trails. The effectiveness of this type of development has been shown before, and is why similar developments around the Arankno station in Portland, Oregon's suburb of Hillsborough was found to have generated only half the amount of car trips as is typical in the city, according to the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. Good transit, pedestrian connections, cycling connections are also why downtown Littleton and Littleton Village are not overrun with traffic. Not to mention, many trips that would be made by car in other neighborhoods in the city would be eliminated due to retail being within walking distance for the community's residents. The new development of Aspen Grove would not only better serve its future residents, but also anyone who enjoys shopping there. The new development would bring with it even more choices for shopping in Aspen Grove. Shopping in Aspen Grove would also become more pleasant due to becoming more walkable and having more shade than it currently does. We've seen the success of mixed-use developments with downtown Littleton and Littleton Village, both being excellent examples of how to build dense housing that still maintains a suburban feel. And if you, like me, want to address the housing crisis and want more walkable communities in Littleton, then I urge you to support the redevelopment of Aspen Grove. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you for participating in your first Planning Commission meeting. Appreciate that. Sarah Selden?
I don't need to speak, thank you.
Okay, all right. Penny Selden.
I just want to say that I agree.
Could you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I just want to say I agree with the people who are against the planning development, so thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. And Tess Selden?
Yeah.
Did you want? Okay. And John Selden. Okay, all right, whole family's here. Dave Mitchell? Dave Mitchell here? No?
He went home.
Okay. Mark Boytz? No Mark? Okay. Marilyn Boytz? Okay, I'm going to get this one wrong. Does not want to speak. Okay, I'll cross that one off. Wallace Hardy? Okay. Connie Haddix? it's kind of hard to hang in there. Long meeting. Lorraine List.
I'm here, but I think I'm against the proposal. I don't think we have enough information for you to make a good decision. But,
Okay, if you'd like to come up and speak, please. Okay, okay, thank you. Raina Bruschetto? No. Donald Garrettson?
No comment.
Okay, thank you. Ken Goodman? Kenneth Goodman? Carol Goodman? Brenda Fitzsimmons? All right. Kristen Habit? I don't know if I pronounced that right. Habit? Glenn Habit? No. Pam Chadbourne?
Good evening again, Planning Commission. I'm Pam Chadbourne, live a block and a half from here. It would be nice if you mentioned the position of every name that you're saying for the record. So I agree with all the speakers who are against the proposal, and I'm going to ask you to vote against it. I do not believe that it meets the criteria. And as many people have said, because there's insufficient information. To present something in one phase without the impact of the entire project, you know the phrase, a pig in a poke? I've got a great pig in this bag. It's a great pig, and when you slaughter it, you're going to get all this bacon and all these great things. But you know what? It's in a poke, and you can't see it. And that's what this proposal is, and you should reject it for that reason. You don't have enough information to approve it. So I do want to say I'm so proud of the people who have spoken, especially against this, because they've said everything, or so many things so far. Some other people may have more to say, that I think are all what you should consider and why you should disapprove this application. I'm sure the applicant and Garrity have good intentions, but I'm concerned that they don't control the situation. They've got great dreams and beautiful drawings, and frankly, none of those are able to be realized if certain conditions occur. This is simply not a blank check that you should sign for Littleton. We can't afford it. They can't guarantee what they're promising or envisioning. You cannot do that to the city of Littleton. You must act for the city, not for the applicant. And we need you to enforce what's best for the city. So I believe in growth and development, but it's got to be planned as a win-win-win. This has not been. This gives you nothing to decide that it's going to be good for the city. So the PLO was carefully negotiated. This is not. We don't know what it's going to do to the city. I did want to say I agree with Commissioner Hoadley, also Coronado, also McFadden. I think that your concerns are absolutely right. The quality of design, can't guarantee that. Connectivity, the road through this, there's no concept for it. It ends, as was pointed out. That alone, you cannot approve this because there's no connectivity proven in this plan. It's not even provided. There's no connection. It's a requirement. You can't approve that. Traffic, there's no understanding of it. People have pointed out why it's not there. And the housing, there's no affordable housing here. It's near light rail. It's got to be. Thanks very much for your consideration, but please turn this down.
Thank you. Rich Bain? I think I have that right. Rich Bain, no Rich Bain? Okay. Dave Frazier.
I'm Dave Frazier. I live at
in the South Bridge, Knowles at South Bridge, a 30-year resident of Littleton. And I personally have no problems with mixed use developments. I think they're great. I think it's a great idea. The problem with this development, though, are two things. It's too dense and it's too high. It's just as simple as that. It does not fit in with the surrounding neighborhood. I'm curious, is there any development in Littleton that will be as dense as this development with 2,000 units on the site? Is there any other development in Littleton that dense? I don't think there is. And as far as the height goes, I liked the renderings. The renderings were very nice. But if you notice, they were shown at a perspective that does not show the relative height between the Alamo building and the proposed new building. And I think that was very deceptive. They're not really showing you how these two buildings are going to look next to each other. And this building's going to stick way up above Santa Fe. It's going to be 30 feet taller than the Alamo. And the Alamo is pretty big. So it's going to interfere with people's views looking across Santa Fe. So that whole housing development on the other side of Santa Fe will be impacted by the visuals of this development. As I said, I support mixed use. I support Aspen Grove. I just do not support the density, which I think is ridiculous, and the height, which I think is not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Styler?
Yes, I'm Jim Steeler, neighbor of Dave's, so we're in the Southbridge area. I agree with everything that Dave has said. I just would like to add to it is that by going with these 80-foot tall buildings, you're setting quite a precedent. One, you've established it now in phase one if you go forward. Two, phase C, what's to say that the whole Aspen Grove area is going to be 80-foot high buildings all the way around? To get 2,000 occupants or apartments, whatever, you're going to need that. So you're going to have this 80-foot circular setup for that. Then what's to say you can't have 80-foot high buildings south of Mineral and the developments that are going in there? What's your pushback on that if they want to go forward with 80-foot high buildings down there? You're going to be building almost like a tech center, downtown Denver kind of atmosphere at the corner of Santa Fe and Mineral. And I think you're setting yourself up for a precedent that you're going to regret down the road if you approve this going forward. I like Dave, I like the idea of the mixed. I like, when you see the rendering here, okay, you're probably 3 stories in that rendering. You're not 80 feet high, not even close. You're going to be double the size of that building where Ted's is. It's going to look very awkward, but eventually Ted's will become an 8-foot high building and all the way across there if you go into phase C. I got to believe it. So think about the precedent you're setting here going forward. And I think it's kind of getting into a situation that's going to be regrettable. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Lee, Shanzer Hurwitz? No. Frank Hurwitz? Roger Overby? No, thank you. Okay. Terry Billings? Lawrence Frereker? I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. Lawrence here? No. Gerald Schwartzover?
Thank you for listening to me. This is my first commission as well, so I'd just like to say thank you. A couple quick questions I've got about it. I'm against all of this proposal, just like majority of people are. In this traffic report for the intersection of Santa Fe and Mineral, when was that completed? That's something I want to know. I want to make sure that that data was not done during the pandemic. I want to make sure that people see it live today and/or 3-4 years ago, and it's an absolute disaster and a nightmare. As I go that way every day to drop my kid off at daycare. That's one thing. Just as Ms. Hoadley said, and then Ms. Allman reiterated, they said it's unclear. You know, what we see tonight is just unclear in what we see. You came into this tonight and you're being called out for being unclear, and I just continue to see nothing but unclear things. That visual that you had with the hangout with your friends, talk about everything, you know, everybody hanging out and being together. We've already got that. We've got that right down the road at the Breckenridge Brewery, and it's a little further off the road and definitely feel more safe with kids. They definitely have things a little bit more secured, plus their live music and what they already have there is set up greatly there. I'm also like Mr. McFadden, that I want to hear a guarantee that it's only going to be a certain height. I want to make sure that this company is not going to sell this and then they decide to build it up to 91 feet. I want to know that there's like a guarantee that it's not going to be sold once this is approved and/or not. And then I also want to make sure that it's, you know, that height is kind of guaranteed. And with the staff, I want to make sure that we talked about earlier with the RTD parking. Did we say that we were going to take at least 15% of the parking or up to 15% of the parking? That's something that I want to make sure that is reiterated or is very clear, because that parking lot is already completely full in the morning. If it's not full, it's only not full now because of the pandemic and people are just now starting to get back into a groove. You know, people will continue to talk about the housing crisis, as mentioned earlier. This is not going to help that. This is not going to help this at all. You know, these are going to end up being luxury apartments. These little one-bedroom apartments that they're going to sell, these are going to rent for $2,500, $3,000, more than that probably. Those people stay here less than 5 years. They're not going to contribute as much to you know, the people that stay here long term. We need more small housing, more of those ranches, more of those affordable housing, which is probably never going to happen anyways. But I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Well, thank you also for showing up for your first Planning Commission meeting. Appreciate your input. And those questions we have written down we'll be discussing with staff after the public hearing. Kenneth Mullins. Margaret Gordon. New. Kurabuji. No, she was here before. All right. On the last page. Heather Schiller. No. Holly Schiller. Jeff Schiller. Elaine Kalos. John Reed. Okay, that right?
Going back to my sentiments about the people that are against this project, I think it's still unclear. I'm against the densities and the height that is being proposed right now.
Okay, thank you. And Debbie Reed, would you like to come up and speak?
Good evening. My name is Debbie Reed. I've been a resident of Littleton since 1982, and I agree with all the speakers who have voiced a no vote for this proposal due to the vagueness of it and the density as well as the height variance. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is the last one, Kay Watson.
Good evening, and thank you, Planning Commissioners, for your thoughtful service to our community. I'm Kay Watson, and I live at 7450 South Curtis Court, Littleton, 80120. I keep hearing comments that the public has not had the opportunity to be involved, and I have to respectfully disagree. The Envision Littleton four-year process gave us many opportunities for input. It's time for citizens of Littleton to look at the big picture. If we don't welcome development that is well thought out and meets the ULUC criteria, and be open to work with developers, especially those who are invested in our community, then what is Littleton going to look like in 5, 10, 20 years? More school closures, residents' dollars being spent in other municipalities, and a more aging community. I am in full support of the master plan submitted by the Garrity Group. We all know that Littleton needs more housing inventory and options. We are very blessed to have a light rail station, and it's unbelievable to me that all this time it has never been developed as a transit-oriented development. It is way past time to have a mixed-use development at Aspen Grove where residents can live, access the Platte River Trail, the Nature Center, shop, walk, and use the light rail. The plan submitted creates a real place of community with trees, public spaces, housing, retail, and not just a sea of asphalt. The continued housing shortage, both rental and for sale, only drives up prices. Therefore, affordability is diminished. I truly believe that all Littleton citizens want a community where quality of life and vibrance are our priorities, while we still maintain the character. I can't imagine that the height of a structure diminishes the character of a community. Did the River Point structure diminish the character? I don't think so. What it did was provide housing for a sector of our community which was needed, and that's what Aspen Grove is going to do. I live in Sunset, and I desire that Aspen Grove is successful so that my property retains its value and adds to the vibrancy of the community. The owner-developer is a professional and knows that adding housing to retail will sustain a vibrant, successful Aspen Grove. I don't want to see a fence around it like Federal and Bellevue. I urge you to adopt the plan and allow the Garrity Group to move forward so that we can all benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, I was just going to say, I think we went through the whole list, but if you had signed up, or even if you didn't sign up, you're welcome to come up and speak.
My name is Chris Byer. I live at 5131 West Fremont Drive, which is Columbine Manor. A lot of you probably don't know that development. We're the slums across the street from Polo Reserve. When I moved into that neighborhood, I thought it was God's waiting room. We were the youngest people in the neighborhood. And I have watched my neighbors move out of the neighborhood, pass away, and new families are moving into that neighborhood. The price of a home in my neighborhood is over $700,000. I could not afford to live in my neighborhood. I'm all for mixed-use development, but since we've moved here 26 years ago, my wife works at Littleton Hospital, and we are literally 1 mile behind Aspen Grove. It now takes her twice as long to get to her job 4 miles from our front door. She has to sit at the light on Platte Canyon to make the turn onto Mineral through 4 series of lights. And that's today. When they put 500 units in there, that's an additional 500 vehicles that potentially that are going to be there. Where are they going to park? And what is that going to do to the traffic in this area? The traffic is getting atrocious in this area. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's at the point Sometimes my wife can't even turn out of our neighborhood, and we are 150 yards from the intersection of Mineral and Platte Canyon. I think this is, and everybody's, not in my backyard. Nobody wants it in their backyard. And I agree that we need housing, but if we stuff 2,000 apartments in there, look at what's going on at South Glen, at the development at South Glen. Look at what's going on in Inglewood. They did all of that development in Inglewood. They did all of that development at South Glen. Half of those properties are vacant. This is not going to bring retail to those people. The people that are going to move into those apartments are going to be upscale, retired people, or people that work from home. And it's not going to bring retail dollars into that establishment. We've had it for 20 years, and I've watched it. It's been half full for 20 years. So developing this, I think, is a boondoggle. And the Eagles said it best. Put up a bunch of empty boxes, and Jesus people bought them. Call someplace paradise, kiss it goodbye.
Thank you. Was there anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's not my first time speaking. I've been here a couple of times before. I wanted to bring up a couple of things that...
Sorry, could you just add your name?
Jeannie Erickson, District 1. Sorry, I just think everybody knows me,
Okay.
Jeannie Erickson, District 1. I wanted to bring up something a little bit different that I experienced with the Garrity group. They had 2 neighborhood meetings, which I guess is just this lovely little thing that you're supposed to do if you want to build something in Littleton. I went to both of them in March and in May. They were Zoom meetings. The reason they hardly had any participants was because they were at odd times when people were working, and a lot of people don't like doing Zoom meetings. There was no citizen participation at these meetings, no guarantee your question would be answered. None of my questions were addressed at all. They were too hard. There were things they didn't want to hear. These meetings should have been held in person with the citizens' concerns and questions being answered. A couple of months ago, I attended a neighborhood meeting regarding Columbine Square. It was at Bemis Library. There were nearly 100 people in attendance. And the developer answered everyone's questions, and everyone else got to hear them. I think these Zoom meetings these guys had were a complete farce. Also, I heard somebody tonight bring up Columbine Square. Well, I have something to say about Columbine Square. There is no way to compare Aspen Grove to Columbine Square. The owner of Columbine Square kicked out all of their tenants, for what reason we don't know, to leave that property sit there vacant all of these years. It has nothing similar going on like Aspen Grove. Also, by listening to some great questions tonight that were brought up by some of the commissioners, it seems as though there is still much that is unclear. A reason to vote no. If a yes vote tonight would dismiss the voices of the citizens and the 3,700 signatures collected regarding putting this on the ballot, or even a possibility that that may happen, is a reason to vote no. Please listen to your citizens and vote no. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay, so that's all the folks we have signed up. Time for one more, I think.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I live in the 3rd District. My name's Frank Atwood. On the first page of the previous submittal of the conceptual plan, the red line comment states, "Please confirm that more than 55% of the subject property is currently owned by Aspen GRF2 LLC." When was that confirmed? When and where can citizens find that information? Also, why are master development plans not recorded? I'd like to move on to parking. With regards to parking, my understanding is the comp plan quotes 25% and not the 15% that we've been hearing other people say. I'm not certain of that, but I'm confident that one of you will clarify that issue. Somewhere in here, I heard mention of a parking structure. I don't think I heard it in the context of in a sense, contractual rather than envisionary. Another topic, looking at the Leo's Diner show, the center structure in that picture implies 50 feet instead of 80 feet if you count the windows going up. Looking at the map, on the, I still am not certain where the Alamo is on the map. And I'm very grateful that Mark Rudnicki, a former Planning Commission member and former City Council member, submitted a letter, I believe, opposing this development. I'm concerned that Woolhurst Landing has only a single entrance and exit. If there were ever a chlorine railroad car tanker explosion or leak, I worry for the Woolhurst Landing people. And Littleton Village is allegedly mixed use, as I now watch them try to change it into 100% residential. I have my doubts about it. I am very pleased for Littleton's history that the brewery and winery are where they are now and not a big box. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Okay, I think that's all the time we have this evening for public comment. I'm going to close the public hearing at 10:02 and discuss with Planning Commission. It's now 10 o'clock. Are we still of sound mind to discuss this and move it forward? Okay. Do we want to take a break, or can we take a 5-minute, 7-minute break, come back at 10:10? Okay, thank you. Okay, can I ask everybody to take their seats so we can get started? Where's Reed? I need Reed. There. Okay. Did that resonate? All right. The public hearing is now closed, and we're going to deliberate on the discussion. First, I'd like to go around. Sorry? Yeah, if I could ask for people to sit and be quiet, please. Thank you. I'm going to have the commissioners go around here and ask questions, and hopefully they reflect some of the questions that we had from the public. I appreciate all the input we received this evening, and hopefully we'll get some answers to those questions. So I will start at this end with Commissioner McFadden. Any questions you have for staff or the applicant?
Actually, I don't. I'm going to wait to hear responses from staff to the questions that the public asked before I might add to it. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like us to relay those questions? I don't know if you wrote those down, or I did, and I think some of us did.
I did write several of the questions down. Let me, if I may, I'll attempt to answer some of the ones that seem to be directed at staff. Ms. Murphy talked about why the notice of only 700 feet, and that is required by city code. The mailed notice is 700 feet. However, we do sign postings as well as occasionally newspaper notice for particular applications. So we try and reach as many people as we can. We do have neighborhood meetings that are required. Mr. Puckett and others were concerned with the wildlife report, we did send this to the Department of Wildlife and received no comments. And we rely on our referral agencies to either comment when they have concerns, or occasionally there are some times when they don't make comments, and we do try and follow up with them once. But if we can't reach them for a particular time, we assume that they have no comments. And we haven't heard from any referral agencies that have expressed concerns after the comment period. The group of Christensen, Duell, Bingham, and Marchetti asked why there was no 3D modeling required and why there was no noise study. Occasionally there are noise studies done for conditional uses, but they're rare for uses that are allowed. If, for example, if we see a dog kennel or something like that, we will require a noise study because you'll want to know about the noise study. If Planning Commission wanted to see a noise study, they could always require that of staff and continue a meeting. 3D modeling was requested from the applicant, but not required by the municipal code at this stage. They asked, let's see, that group asked about the percentage of total revenue Aspen Grove provides to the city and the general revenues, and that's usually right around 10% of the gross revenue of the city, which is significant. Let's see. Ms. Stinger and others asked about where does it say that the plan will not exceed 80 feet in height, and that is written into the master development plan. If they wanted to exceed 80 feet in height, they would have to do an amendment to the master development plan, and would most likely come back before the Planning Commission. Not to say that's impossible, but it would be a public hearing, and that would be enforced for all the site plans. Several people mentioned traffic and the intersection of Mineral and Santa Fe. I did want to state that there's a planned program for reducing some left turns at Mineral and Santa Fe, which should help the overall flow of traffic through the intersection. It's a two-part plan that the city is working on right now. The first piece of it is a quadrant road that would go through the southwest corner of Mineral and Santa Fe and would help reduce some of the left turn movements. Long term, there could potentially be a grade separated interchange of those two roads where Santa Fe, I believe, would travel over Mineral. And that should help some of the traffic congestion and is built into the traffic report. Who's going to pay for that flyover? Let's see. Justin, do you want to talk briefly about the 15% parking, or Mr. Hertzover, I believe, mentioned this, 15% parking reduction, and I think may have been talking about the Mineral light rail station, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and it's actually, that was a misstate on my part before. It's actually up to a 25% reduction if any portion of a lot is within a quarter mile of the mineral station. So it's 25% possible. We also heard from Garrity that they don't really plan on reducing parking that much. The parking or the traffic study, there's a question about when that was revised, and It was completed in July of 2021 and revised 3 times for this process, the last revision being June 3rd.
And the applicant may be able to address how that factored in pre-pandemic numbers versus post-pandemic numbers.
The question about the 55% ownership, it was clarified to staff in a response that that information's in the title commitment that's available on the development activity list.
Those were the questions I noted from that were brought up by citizens and our participants. Justin, did you have any others?
There was a question about what would the number of stories be for 80 feet. It's kind of hard to really tell. There's not a set amount, but you could assume like maybe 6 stories with the retail spaces having a little taller ceilings at the bottom. But that's not really it's a max of 80 feet is potential. And the human design would be achieved by stepping back upper stories after 2 or 3 to maintain like a human scale design, which we actually saw in the illustrations.
There was one other issue raised about quality design, and our code does have a section related to building materials that are allowed. There's a specific list of building materials that are permitted for site plans in this area, and applicants get to choose among those that preferred list. And that helps assure quality materials at least. And then there are several sections about how buildings are designed with breaks and as Justin was saying, step back requirements, and that all factors into how quality can be achieved through the site planning process. Any others? Were there other questions that you had from citizens that you felt we should answer?
I think you caught the main ones I had. There was a concern about the length and the type of meetings that the community were allowed to participate in, the 2 30-minute Zoom meetings, and how they were kind of limited to the amount of engagement that the community felt they were getting. Can you talk to the requirement for those meetings and what's actually required?
Yeah, the requirement is that the meeting is held at usually in the evening. I believe both meetings started around 6 o'clock, if I remember right, for these. The duration is not really specified in the ULUC of how long a meeting needs to be. It's really as long as it takes to answer questions, and the team was fielding questions and deemed that the meeting was over at a certain amount of time.
Yeah, that's all the ones that I can recall. Commissioner Reynolds?
There were a couple others. Had a question on why these types of plans are not recorded, and some concerns about the single entry in and out of Woolhurst. I believe South Metro Fire Rescue was a reviewer, and if staff could comment on whether they had any concerns, as well as explaining the non-recording.
The non-recording comes from the ULUC. It's just that one of the types of plans that don't get recorded. Actually, site plans don't get recorded either. It's really plats that get recorded. Regarding South Metro Fire, they were a referral agency and did not have concerns at this stage, and they will remain a referral agency for future phases of the development.
Dan?
Thank you for the summary. I just had there was one other comment from Mr. Frazier, just asking if there's any developments that are around Littleton that have that sort of similar density.
Well, what's being proposed as density, if we look at the site overall, I think I stated this before, is around 15 DUs per acre, which we do have a lot of those. As far as the upper limits, I actually don't believe we do have too many at the 60 DUs per acre at this point, but that is what the ULUC could allow.
And to add to that, we could certainly study that question a little more. I was really trying to pore over some of the, while I was writing down questions, pore over some of the site plans we have. I do think we have some fairly dense developments in Littleton, particularly in the downtown area where some of the developments are on smaller parcels. For example, the Vita development where Bacon Social is I think a fairly dense development. Also, we have tall developments in Littleton, such as the Centennial Downs apartments that are on Prince. I believe that's 15 stories.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions from this end? Robin?
It was brought up a couple of times that Carson Nature Center might have concerns. Were they part of the referral list, and did they make any comments?
Staff didn't receive any comments from them, and I don't believe they were a part of the referral list.
South Suburban was actually part of the referrals, but we didn't receive any official comments of that nature from South Suburban, so I'm not sure how Carson Nature Center made their particular concerns with this development known, but it wasn't through the planning process.
Okay. Commissioner Santana, any? Commissioner Neely, any questions?
Yeah, I think it's just sort of a slightly reworded version of a couple of questions, but tonight's, I think, the first time we've seen a building or rendering. I think it was 5 stories that we saw, and I'm wondering if what was modeled there to show that rendering was at 80 feet, and so 5 stories at 80 feet is 16-foot floor to floors. I wonder if that's sort of the understanding of the current development or otherwise, or if there's any sort of commitment to anything in that ballpark, or what the current planning is, the current model is. And then the other question is, I was hoping to speak to for the applicant to speak to the need to demolish a portion of the existing complex rather than sort of utilizing sort of other open spaces available on the complex. It doesn't appear to be about connectivity to the rail transit. So I'm just hoping to speak to the need to locate it there, or what the strategy was there for that location of the housing over retail at that spot, and the need to demolish those buildings on that end of the complex.
Okay, yeah, if the applicant could come up and address, I think we'll have a number of questions. If you could just reintroduce yourselves.
Colby Young, Garrity Group. Mike Arbor, JHP Architects.
Okay.
And I think between the two of us, we can answer your questions. I'll start with the location of the phase you're referencing on the southern portion of the site. Being adjacent to the TOD is the highest and best use for a mixed-use project. And so there's an existing retail building down there, roughly 40,000 square feet, largely vacant, or soon to be vacant. And just the flow of the site, that's the most logical place to start. It allows us to build in those connections that we talked about, to leverage the access to RTD, and also kind of help with the evolution of Aspen Grove in connecting to our surroundings. Right now, it's kind of closed in. And so that's an ideal spot to begin expanding beyond our footprint and reaching out and building in these access points to encourage more transit ridership, walkability, bike mobility. And it's also a great starting point to then, if that phase is successful, then it leaves the opportunity to build on from there. So planning area A will be the very first thing we would do. And then pending on market conditions, planning area B is a logical evolution to build on from area A further into the site and create more of the mixed-use, walkable, vibrant environment that we aim to provide. And I'll let Mike answer a little bit about the rendering and scale and height.
As noted by planning staff, the building will have vertical and horizontal articulation. So what you're seeing here in the rendering is essentially the retail steps out, that front, the residential steps back, and then in this particular conceptual design, the upper floor step back even further. So you actually, what you're seeing there is you actually, in this particular view, you're not really seeing the upper floors because they're stepped back.
But I think it's also worth pointing out that this is the perspective from the pedestrian level. So this will look and feel more inviting than an imposing building that would be 80 stories full face. So it's designed intentionally to remove that that overwhelming feeling and kind of create that inviting environment for the pedestrian experience.
Are the massing design guidelines that are part of the ULUC pushing you? Is that what's informing that step back requirement there? Or is that more of an architectural approach?
No, of course they're informing the decision to, obviously the goal here is to have a pedestrian-oriented community, and as Colby said, retail first.
Okay. Tim, do you have any other questions?
That's it, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah, you have a question? Okay. We'll go
Can I
around.
add
I'm sure there'll
on
be some more questions.
One
for you
comment
guys,
just regarding the height. I think it's worth mentioning again. I mentioned it earlier, but the location of Area A, Phase 1, that footprint is 20 feet below grade from Santa Fe. So that does impact the appearance of scale for a taller building. It just adds to the rationale of that being the logical starting point for the residential units and taller building.
Thanks again.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant, Patrick? Robin? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Architecture, character question. Understand the west side of the facade is where that it's active, got the active use and whatnot. On the east side facing Santa Fe, I was just trying to bone up on on what the corridor mixed-use design standards are, but I just want to make sure we're talking 360-degree architecture. We're not going to be looking at the sort of the back end of service on that east side. So, and I realize we're basically that floor level's down 20 feet from Santa Fe, but just thinking about what some of the residences may be seeing, from the neighborhoods to the east, as long as we're screening service and back of house areas. We're not seeing dumpsters and all that good stuff. Not good stuff.
Sure.
And that may all be covered in the design guidelines for corridor mixed and the design standards that are applied to all. I just not that familiar with them right now.
Let's let the
Yeah.
applicant speak first.
I'll start with kind of a broad response, and then if there's a technical additions, Mike can add those. But our design approach and philosophy, we call it four-sided architecture because we don't want to ignore, to your point, one face of the building, because this needs to look and feel inviting and be attractive from every perspective. And so we give attention to detail on all sides of the building face. And the operational stuff like dumpsters and trash, I mean, those are all thoughtfully designed. There's screening requirements. We do our best to tuck it in the garage so it's not visible and ensure that we have a 360-degree view of a quality project, not just what's facing the retail.
And then so parking then, if you have a structure, it's gonna be above ground, I would suspect, so are you screening that? And you'll have active use, not seeing exposed parking garage?
Right, so you really won't see the garage at all. This product type is called wrap design, and so we build a core parking structure up to, as high as we need to provide the adequate number of parking spaces, but we wrap the parking structure in units. So from the outside looking in, all you see is well-designed, thoughtful architecture, nice aesthetics, and the four-sided architecture I mentioned. So you're not going to see a concrete parking structure hanging out. All you're going to see are well-designed units.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Okay.
I don't have one for the applicant.
Oh, okay.
I have one for staff.
Sorry to have the applicant continuing to get their steps in. Another question for the applicant about the plaza between the RTD property and this property. Just wondering what the plans are for activating that and actually encouraging the connection with RTD. Is that portion also retail? Just
Again, Mike Arbord, JHP Architects. The plaza to the south side of the proposed development, because of the grade change to RTD, it kind of goes from roughly 20 feet closer to Santa Fe, and it kind of drops down as you go further to the west. So that right now that plaza is roughly the third level. So it's going to be a little bit of a grade change. So the thought here is that plaza will be connected down to the retail sidewalk with a series of steps and elevators to bring the pedestrians from the retail up to this plaza. From that plaza, they'll be able to have pedestrian access onto the RTD property. So we're sort of mitigating grade here a little bit. So it should be hopefully be a very pleasant place to be.
And I have an additional comment on that. It's less design focused, it's more process, but we have been in conversations with RTD, and they understand our vision for this first phase. And we are aligned in what we want to see there in terms of connectivity is key. It just needs to be vetted now. And so really, they're just waiting for a project to review that we can begin those discussions in more detail and design, the best connection possible.
okay. And then one of the things we heard a lot of concern about, is the height this evening and sort of the potential for massing of this first phase. There were photo simulations with the previous request, so we were able to view the impact potentially on the houses up by Jackass Hill to sort of understand what that massing did to views. Is that something that could be accomplished for this request?
Is that, let me double check. Is that something that you're asking to see now, or with the next phase in the process being the SDP?
Yeah, looking at the review criteria, one is building form and massing.
Mm-hmm.
And, based on the testimony tonight, I'm not 100% convinced that we have a good understanding of what that massing looks like, particularly when viewed from some of the areas, say, for example, South Bryant Street as you're exiting out of Woolhurst, or maybe from Jackass Hill, as was shown to us with the rezoning application.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Sorry, just 1 second. We're trying to figure out what we can give you that's been entered properly into evidence. It's just a procedural thing, so.
Yep, take your time.
Would you like to move on to another question while we work through the answer on this?
Sure,
Maybe
yeah.
that's a good use of your time.
Yeah, and if you could stay up, Colby, I'm sure we have some more questions, so.
Sounds good.
Jason, did you have any?
I think that's it for now. I'll look at my notes.
Okay, all right, I had a few. Let's see. All right, there's a couple notes, especially on sheet 1, note 12, talks about using 10-1-3.4.2 to achieve proposed density. This allows sustainability incentives, which are built into the ULUC, to be utilized for increased density requests. I'm wondering what, and I know a sustainability plan is required as part of the SDP or site plan process, but what's your thinking in terms of sustainability, things that you're going to approach that would help gain that? And I understand you're also not asking for that sustainability bonus for height, it's just for density.
I can give you probably a more general answer and ask Brad Haig to give a little more color on the table. But, in general, the product, needs to be current to meet demands of today's resident. And so it's not something that would have been approved, or sorry, this is not something that would have been targeted years ago. So now there's a demand from the consumer for a sustainable, well-thought-out project. More open space, more greenery, less, more impervious or less impervious surfaces. The ability to include car chargers, for example. It's elements like that that we'd want to include, and that table specifically breaks out sustainable elements that we need to commit to in order to receive any bonus. But I can say in general, we want to have a modern, desirable, multifamily mixed-use building, and that requires sustainability. I mean, that's in line with our company philosophy and our culture to provide those elements. It's something we do internally, and our properties and projects reflect our culture, and so those elements would be included.
And yeah, I understand that that's what the consumers want today, but the intent of the incentives is really to go above and beyond sort of the baseline level. And I did see in there some discussion of improving stormwater management, but it was really kind of unclear to me what particular incentives you were aiming toward for this.
Brad Haig, Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street. I'll talk a little bit about the sustainability incentives. We have looked through them. It's a new code. We've talked with the city about how we'll address the sustainability, and we are, as mentioned, something we're looking for. We haven't clarified how we're going to do that. We will at site plan. We'll be really clear on what we're doing and how we're doing it. So at site plan, you'll see all that information.
Okay. All right. And my other question about the vision for the plaza area, that was already asked, so I think that's all the questions I have. All right. If there's no other questions, I'd ask for a motion on the resolution.
I have a question
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Reed, I need some clarification on two of our criteria: building form and massing and quality design. And the clarity I'm looking for is, do I have to have these criteria in front of me today? Or am I allowed to, because a lot of this is, I'm gonna see it in the site plan. And to me, we're new to a conceptual MDP. So if it's conceptual, it's lacking a bunch of, in my opinion, some of the stuff in our criteria. And I guess what I want to know is, under conceptual, you know, do I have to have it right here in front of me, or am I allowed to have faith that down the road, the quality design is going to be there, the building form, because I don't think I can answer some of those questions. So what's...
Yeah, and I think I'll try to muddle through it, but perhaps the applicant would also want to weigh in. Yeah, it's one of the challenges with a new code is we have two different types of MDPs. We're proceeding under the one that's technically conceptual, and both the conceptual and the descriptive one, the more
Have the same
technical one,
criteria.
both use the same criteria in this current iteration of our code. And it's been brought up earlier, but there are specific sections within our code that that an applicant would be required to comply with as we went through the site development plan. And so one of those sections is 10-3-3.1, which is the building materials that are required. I mean, we give options in terms of design. We give options in terms of the type of material, but it's pretty limited. I mean, we're not having stucco and certain things like that, depending on your zoning district. And so the whole purpose of that was, you know, if everyone can recall the previous parts of our code is, you know, we never really told people what we wanted or what they were allowed to do. And that was one of the real challenges that I think the community has and staff has had and developers and home builders and whatnot have had for decades coming into the city is we don't really know what you want. And then they come before a planning commission and they come before a city council and they're essentially rolling the dice each time because someone's going to want something different. And so by allowing in the ULUC to place these options and to have a builder come to us, a developer, a home builder, whatever, and tell us, yeah, okay, we're allowed to use, you know, modular brick or modular stone. So this is what we're thinking it's going to look like. But when we're dealing with this at a conceptual level, I mean, I believe the applicant has not anticipated actually starting phase one if it were approved for, you know, 4 or 5 years. And so it's hard for, in my opinion, for an applicant to satisfy these specifically to that level of detail when there's so much stuff, kind of so many moving parts. So there are representations that an applicant, I think, could make. I won't speak for them in terms of how they could condition it, how a planning commission could condition that application. I will tell you, once we get to that level of design detail and goes through a site development plan process, yeah, that site development plan process goes through staff. We'll go through community development, and they'll, you know, fine-tune all these things from pedestrian connectivity, all that stuff, site massing. But that's also appealable. So if someone wanted to challenge the granting of a site development plan, that comes right back to you all. And so there are ways in order to ensure that there is ultimately compliance with the intent and what's actually specifically written as the letter of the law. So I don't know if I've rambled on long enough so that people stop listening to me. I think that was, it was part my intent, but perhaps the applicant wants to weigh in.
So sorry about all of that weird wrangling earlier. We were just trying to decide what went in the record and what didn't go into the record. And the reason is that these are actually two. So the PD application, which some of you sitting this evening reviewed, many of you, most of you, and approved, that was a completely separate application under a separate set of laws, no different than when the law changes completely or tax code changes completely. You had the ULUC that came in between. So the PD application and the visuals that you saw from that PD application, which constitutes evidence, was for the purposes of rezoning a property or a zoning amendment, because PD is a zone district, under a former set of laws. And so going through the timeline of where it stands with the referendum, that is under one application that was completely different in all of its uses, in density, in heights, there were some similarities, there are many differences. And so legally, we have to separate those two things, and you're actually under an obligation to separate those two things tonight. So I want to make sure that we can get you the proper evidence into the record to answer your question and your concern, and separate that from anything that you may have seen with the former application. So the first thing is, I think that we can offer you well, I know that we can offer you a condition tonight, but I think that it will help to satisfy your concern. So if I can pull up this visual, can we turn this on? Clap on. Yay! So based on the visuals that you saw that are included in the PowerPoint presentation, which was made part of the record this evening, we would be willing to add a condition that, one, the visual renderings and that the visual rendering be added to the formal application. And two, a statement, and I may need to work on this language, so I'm not entering this exact language into the record, give me just a minute, but something to the nature of that the approve as a condition of approval that the material and design are consistent with the visual as outlined in the ULUC design guidelines. And so we just have to agree completely as a team that that language is correct, because that's a pretty big commitment that I would almost always say no to, but we do want to enter that evidence so that you now have considered it and that you as a commission have the assurance that you're looking for, and we certainly understand that. The second question as to massing, our architect's getting a workout, and I would like to say, if you thought you had a bad day, our architect came in from Dallas this morning from Love Field, where he had to be evacuated and sent to another airport because of an active shooter situation. So we weren't sure he was going to be here tonight. I am giving him a workout, but do you have a visual? Can we get to a visual? Maybe on the massing? He's working on it still. I think we can provide you with a visual on the record this evening, so that you can see what the massing that we're intending is, and that as a condition of approval, that visual be added into the record as well, and that's considered as new evidence. I hope I've answered your questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions from commissioners?
I have a question, but we may need to wait for that visual. But at some point, I remember that visual that Commissioner Reynolds brought up. Is at the Alamo, is it dropped down the 20 feet that you mentioned? So it is also, the elevation is 20 feet lower? 15 to 20 feet. I remember there being a 15-foot number there. Okay, because that kind of helps, me visualize what I remember seeing versus, what we're talking about. Okay, thank you.
So the grade change is most dramatic on the southern end of the property. It gets less and less as you travel north. So Alamo is not 20 feet below grade. It's definitely less. Actually, our civil engineer is confirming, so we can give you good, solid numbers, not guesses. So I'll deliver that when it's ready, but, high-level answer is Alamo is as not far below grade as the southern corner is.
Okay, and I have one more question that might be for you or staff, applicant or staff. The density estimates I see are all for residential. Is there any in phase one for commercial, retail estimate, or a minimum or maximum on GFA, gross floor area?
No, there were not any provided for that.
Okay. Okay.
One for staff, is yours for staff?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is a question probably for staff. On sheet 12 of the plan set, there's a note that talks about a net decrease in overall impervious cover with this MDP, and just wanting to confirm that that is indeed accurate.
Yes, I believe so, especially with the common open space that they would provide throughout the development.
This is a question for the applicant. Concerning our discussions about quality design, you've brought up several different things that I think would have fit into that. I'm curious why it wasn't included in our packet in the beginning, but you've talked about floor-sided architecture, wraparound design garages. All these things are quality of design, and yet that was never included. Those are the kind of things that we're looking for to be able to see your quality design, but they were included. It seems strange to me that they were not included.
Well, first we're relying and leaning on the new code, which clearly defines all of these design guidelines and requirements to give you the assurance of what our project quality level would be. And from where we started with conversations with staff to where we got to this point today, there was an evolution of the renderings and drawings and visual details provided. So we did respond throughout the process and added more and more detail. And for the final submittal, we were defaulting to the code, or we're using the code guidelines to help give that assurance that you'll have a high quality, well-designed project.
I find this very curious, and again, new code, maybe this wasn't thought of, but if we're relying on the code, why do we have this in our decision criteria? It's probably more of a staff comment, but if it's all about the code, and we've seen this both for a couple of them, we're relying on the code, that means the decision criteria is empty and meaningless. So if we know the code, we know they're going to do the code, now we're asking actually more than the code, because we're asking for the quality design and we're asking to see how it's going to look. Otherwise, why are we even bothering with these decision criteria if it's just going to be the code?
Great points, and I think that's partly what you guys have seen previously with our pending text that's moving forward for the ULUC. We're trying to remove some of those elements that we feel like if we're just basing the decision criteria on the code, there's conflict there, when the overall goal is to show how you're utilizing the code to get the underlying zoning district.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions for staff or the applicant, ask for a motion.
I would like to
If
see
I can
the
just-
exhibit prior to.
If I could just have one moment.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
And
If they need a month. These are all conditions, right? So we can add, he's an exhibit. That is part of the massive.
So what we're doing right now, Chair and Commissioners, is the representation that was made by the applicant was that we could submit something that would help in terms of commissioners' ability to potentially see that massing. And so what we need to do is, before we've technically closed this public hearing and, had discussion and a motion, is we actually need to get that into evidence. And so they're working on getting that right now. And so I would ask for maybe a few minutes to get that done.
Would it, in order to do it right, the question came up whether or not we'd want to continue it to a date certain and have them prepare what needs to be prepared and do it right.
It's the visuals, the visual is a representation of the 80-foot massing. It actually shows it slightly higher. It will be an 85-foot massing, so if anything, it's to our error, not to yours. So we're being prepared. We just need a couple more minutes.
Okay.
In the meantime, there was an open question that I owe you an answer on the topography. So the grade changes from South Santa Fe to Aspen Grove parking lot. So in looking at the topography map, on the southern corner near the RTD site, the change in grade from Santa Fe to the parking lot is 23 to 24 feet. And then as you travel north and get to the Alamo building, the grade change for that space or that footprint around Alamo is 15 to 20 feet below grade.
So while we're talking about meeting their criteria, to me, it seems like we also have an issue with the quality of design criteria. Is there anything that you can help produce to answer that instead of saying we're going to follow the ULUC? Because it's the same thing with the massing. If it's just following the ULUC, then the questions don't mean anything. And I appreciate the desperate work you're doing now in trying to produce this. It's fantastic. This is also a concern.
Right, that was, okay. I'll let you answer.
Yeah, as I understand it, the condition that was
That's
suggested.
the condition that I offered of this visual. So I think earlier, one of the commissioners had said, how do I, and I think it was Commissioner McFadden had said, how do we know the quality of materials? And that's where I had said, we'll offer sort of the scary condition for us, which is that we would add this visual into the record, the one that you saw earlier. Can we clap on again? This one? So we would add the visual into the record with, so that's a condition of approval with a second condition of approval that the material and design are consistent with the renderings that are entered, with these visuals that are entered into the record as outlined in the ULUC design guidelines, so that you have the specific language of what are the permitted materials and non-permitted materials. So you have a visual representation of that, and you also have the approval of, the condition of the material and design being consistent.
Okay, so you're saying, looking at this picture, is something you are now going to utilize as part of your quality design?
Correct. A reference to, so we still need some leeway because this is visionary, right? It's, hopefully it doesn't look a lot different, but we're very early in process. And so, correct, though, that we would commit that the material and design are consistent with the quality of the visual that you're looking at as further outlined in the ULUC, so that it gives then reference to those very specific materials lists, et cetera.
Thank you. When you originally talked about your commitment, it sounded like you're going to give us some verbiage.
So
And now what you're saying is actually the pictures.
it's the picture and the verbiage. So the verbiage is one that, as a condition of approval, that the visual renderings as shown in this presentation, the PowerPoint presentation that was that's been entered into the record, would be made, would be added to the packet materials, so they're made part of the record. And then these visuals would, A condition of approval that the material and design are consistent with the visuals as further detailed in the ULUC.
And you'll show us, because I think you had about 3 different slides. You'll show those to us again, since we haven't seen them for a while. It'd be good to see them again,
Yes.
as opposed to just being part of the presentation.
Sure. You want to look at those again right now?
Well, we can do it, what we have in front of us, but then we can go to
Okay.
that.
All right, go ahead, Mike. You want to talk to the massing? So this is massing that shows the massing of the building or on the RTD end, and this is at 85 feet. So it would actually be lower than this. Maybe you want to speak to it.
And keep in mind, this is just sort of an envelope, right? So right now, the building as envisioned is not going to be a rectangle box, right? It's just not, right? So it's, so the building as envisioned is going to have, different steps, and it's going to be articulated both horizontally and vertically. But this represents sort of that max envelope, if you will. But yeah, it won't be a box. It won't look like a Walmart warehouse.
So at what point, you're obviously from the neighborhood that's on the other side of Santa Fe. Are you literally having this visual from their backyard, where they be standing in their backyard, or are they in their upstairs? What's the perspective of this visual?
It was literally from street level.
Thank you.
Yes.
So as far as visuals then, those 3 renderings would be provided. Is this also part of the record here in this model?
Then we would enter the record that enter the visual that you're looking at now, which is a massing, essentially a massing study. Is that correct, architect? So this massing study shows the scale. This is actually shown at 85 feet in height as a building envelope. In fact, we're only asking for 80 feet, so it would come down 5 feet from what you're looking at presently. We would ask that that be entered into the record.
Just to clarify, that's at 80 feet would be entered into the record. and
80,
it's in the
80 feet is
plan.
in the application, that's what
Right,
we've asked
okay.
for, that's what's been vetted. I'm just making the clarification that what you're looking at in this visual is actually 85 feet. So the building envelope or massing scale that you would see, or that would actually be, in actuality, this is 5 feet lower. And would you like us to go back to the other visuals?
Yeah, just quickly.
Do give us time to look at the individual ones.
Of course. This one you've seen. This is page 19 for the record of applicant's PowerPoint presentation. This is page 21 of applicant's presentation.
Excuse me,
Yes.
could you just put this in perspective very quickly as to what angle that we're looking at? Because that was a question that came up as well.
This angle is sort of looking to the southwest. If you look on the site plan, there's a part of the building that kind of protrudes out toward to the southwest. It's kind of a triangular area. And this is kind of a vision looking at that. This is going to be kind of a single-story retail space out there. Ideally, we would take some of the residential to use the rooftop of that retail space as an outdoor sort of venue for the residents.
Do you mind if I move to the third visual?
Okay, would you, except yes, would you please move back to that last visual and clarify what we're looking at?
Yes, moving back to 19.
Yeah, 19 is just taken from the other end of the phase one, so you're actually, this a long view. So if you kind of look down there at the very end, you kind of see that single-story retail space that we were just looking at in a little close-up view on the last view. So this is sort of the long view, looking to the same view toward the southwest, rather. And the view we were just looking at is just a closer view of further down the block.
Alamo's behind you.
Alamo is behind us in both of these views, that is correct.
Is the intention for the multifamily to be a double corridor, roughly 65 feet wide, or?
Yes, in places, but in some cases, it'll be single-loaded around the garage.
Yeah, okay, but nothing greater than 70 feet, right?
It's not designed yet, but
Yeah.
yes, that's not the intent.
Yeah, fairly typical sort of width of multifamily, 65, 70 feet, so, okay, thank you. I think that's important, just because it's, when you look at the plan, Area A, it does have a sort of a larger mass sort of footprint, but in reality, the multifamily is not gonna be, I don't think it's gonna be that wide, so. Thank you.
No, that is not the ideal massing to show you. Like I said, if anything, it works to our detriment, so that is beyond a worst-case scenario. And then I'm going to go to, this is the third and final slide. This is third and final visual, slide 17 for the record, applicant's presentation. And I think this is probably just more a stylized of the same view or similar view.
Yeah, this is just a very similar view. It's just a very earlier view is, a bit more sketchy. But the intent is that the retail base is going to be, visually pulled out from the multifamily, and then the upper floors will step back.
Oh, this visual's in the application?
Yes, this visual is part of the application.
Okay. Any other questions? I think that's pretty clear. So those are part of the applicant's presentation. They'll be accepted into the record. Jason, are you the motion maker tonight with the conditions?
I'll make an attempt. I was taking notes. Okay, so to start the discussion, this is Commissioner Reynolds. I move to approve PC Resolution 02-2022, approving the conceptual MDP for Aspen Grove concerning 7301 South Santa Fe Drive with conditions as stated in Section 1 of the resolution, and the following two conditions. Visual renderings as shown in the presentation shall be added to the packet materials, and 2, material and design shall be consistent with those details as further detailed in the Unified Land Use Code, aka ULUC, and I apologize for using details and the verb detailed.
Second.
Okay. I just wanted a clarification on the motion. That included staff's recommended conditions?
It did, yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so I'd just like to go around the horn here and let you guys weigh in on the motion. Start with Commissioner Neely.
Nothing to add, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Santana. Okay, Commissioner Hoadley.
Louder, please.
Commissioner Hoadley's next.
I appreciate the work that staff has put into our packet and the details, and also adding things for future packets like you've stated. I truly appreciate the folks who came out to speak tonight. It shows how passionate we are about our community, and that is a wonderful thing for a city to have. And I appreciate also the applicant and working with us to provide us the things that we needed to go through our decision criteria, being a new process, working through some bugs here and there. But I do find that they have answered the decision criteria, and I do plan to vote for this.
And as Robin so eloquently stated, thank you to all, and it's a very difficult decision and thought process to go through all of this. Not only the thought process, but all the materials and, just the volume of information that we need to review and digest. And as I work through the criteria, I just want you to know that I don't know how I'm going to vote, and I believe that's true of all of us until we get right here. And I still maybe don't know that until we have to push that button. So know that we really take to heart the comments that are made, all the information provided, and we try to go by the guidelines and the laws that are, that the parameters that we have to work within. It's extremely difficult, and we signed on to this, so I'm not complaining, but I just want to explain to you that it is a hard decision. The decisions are very difficult. And as I look through the criteria, I had the same concerns as other commissioners that, some of the criteria doesn't really apply tonight. And it's like, why do we have to look at this? And it's hard because I go, well, does it meet that? No. But does it have to? No, because it's in the ULUG. Okay. So, it's back and forth thinking through all those things. And I had to come down to two that I feel that the applicants have met the criteria as is required. And I believe that some of it wasn't met, but I don't believe that, you were required to do that at this stage. And I believe that in the ULUG, we did specify many, many, many of the, criteria that we tonight can't make a decision on, like the building materials, the quality. I agree that there isn't a lot of room there. I mean, there is. We try to be flexible within what materials that you can use and those things, but we always also focused on quality at that stage. So I have to come back to, I do feel overall that the applicant did meet all the criteria, and and the density is already approved. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that. That's not what we're here to decide tonight, at least from our perspective. So anyway, I feel that you've substantially met the criteria laid out.
Thank you. Let's start at this end. Commissioner McFadden?
I want to echo many of the things my fellow commissioners have said, and I really want to thank the public, the citizens who came out. Many of your comments were the wrong meeting would be a way to say it, that they've already been decided in the ULCC, and we have to go by that. And so that's, Commissioner Almond said it very well. We are limited to a set of criteria. Staff did a great job, and the applicant did a great job of answering all of our questions to the best of their ability. And so I also want to thank our city attorney for helping me understand that, again, as Commissioner Almond said, maybe they didn't meet everything here, but maybe these criteria are not quite ready for a conceptual plan. And so I think that for our purposes, the criteria has been met, and I will be seconding or voting yes for this process.
Commissioner Miller?
Yep, just want to echo a lot of the same things. It's already been said. Thank you, staff. Thank you for the folks that came out, and thank you, applicants. Looking over the 10 criteria, took no exception to what staff was recommending. The two that I was a bit on the fence, but I think we've talked it through this evening. And then the applicant has been very helpful to help provide information on. It was sort of the two that are on the fence were massing and the quality of design. But I think, I tend to agree with staff that that's already covered. That's going to be covered in Chapter 1 for our sort of general design guidelines for all districts. And then Chapter 3, which this will now become, is corridor mixed. So I think we're safeguarded there. And then just also seeing just the visuals this evening just sort of helped reinforce or validate that I believe that sort of the quality of design and the massing is going to be acceptable. So,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you. I'll quote the Littleton's comprehensive plan a little bit, so I apologize if this gets long-winded, but I'd like to start with, this is in the corridor mixed zoning designation. The comprehensive plan talks about corridor mixed-use areas and says it's for properties in commercial, retail, office, and service uses along and near a high-profile roadway corridor, such as Santa Fe and/or Mineral, where mixed-use development outcomes are desired and encouraged. I'll repeat, where mixed-use development outcomes are desired and encouraged, which is something that this proposal is doing for Aspen Grove. In Housing and Neighborhoods Policy HNN1, that one talks about encouraging an array of residential options that are attainable for prospective owners at all levels of income. And that doesn't just include low income. I'd encourage folks who are citing the 2017 housing study to also take a look at the February 2nd, 2021 Planning Commission study session on affordable housing. Some of the documentation provided by Root Policy Research actually shows there's a shortage at the high end of the rental market as well. In fact, more is needed at the high end than at the affordable housing level, if you look at the documents attached to that meeting. Policy Housing and Neighborhoods 4 talks about encouraging mixed-use development proposals that include a residential component, especially where this will support retail viability and transit ridership, which something proposed next to one of our major light rail stations checks that particular box. Moving on to the criteria for approval that are enumerated in the staff report, appreciate a lot of the comments and discussion we had about sort of the economic analysis and some of the other elements of the proposal. The review criteria talk about the layout being walkable. The proposal includes more connections through the parking lots, including better connections to the light rail, which is really something missing from Aspen Grove today. Form and massing, really appreciate the effort on the team to put that together in this meeting. Before seeing that, I was inclined to recommend giving you more time to prepare such a document. I appreciate also that it was shown as a above worst case scenario, and it's viewed from a slightly lower elevation than some of the homes nearby. It demonstrates that this proposal, even if you did that box, would not eclipse the mountain views. Quality design, we talked a lot about that. I appreciate all of the other comments. I'll just leave one thing critically that is not in the criterion is something that says this has to exceed the design criteria in the code. Some codes might have that, like in a planned unit development. This code does not for this particular type of application. Walkability, complete streets and parking. Complete streets and parking are addressed through the staff's condition of approval. No comments from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who are the wildlife experts for the state of Colorado. And nuisance, the phasing was adequate, and no concerns from the police on the proposal. So I think, overall, they've demonstrated that they're meeting the criteria as well as advancing some of the goals in the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Go back to Commissioner Santana.
I agree with everything Jason just said. And in looking at the comp plan, I'd say as well, goal number 5 from Housing and Neighborhoods, housing that supports choice in mobility and investments in transportation infrastructure. This kind of project and the way you've approached it is very much in line with that, and I appreciate that. I want to give kudos to the staff and Garrity's team for bringing all these pieces together and making it understandable for us. I feel that overall, the 10 criteria have been met. In the framework of the site plan development process, the conceptual plan process, I feel like you did meet these in letter and intent of the law, and that's leads me to want to support the proposal. I appreciate you going the extra mile and clarifying and bringing up additional details. I think that makes an even better project, and people feeling more secure about the overall approach. But I just think this is a well fit to the requirements that we are asking for applications to MDP. And I'm excited to be on this side of the hearing on our first one. So thank you to everybody, including citizens. I think it was a robust conversation, and it's nice to see all the different perspectives and hear those as a commissioner. So thank you for everyone who came forward.
Okay.
That's it.
Commissioner Neely, another chance. Anything to add? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I guess I'll sum up my thoughts. The site, the Aspen Grove site, is obviously a special place in Littleton, and I think there is potential here to keep it an important destination within the city. I think everybody loves its existing character and scale, and really doesn't want to see that change. And it makes me nervous too. Change is always it adds a degree of uncertainty. But this area was identified through both Envision Littleton and the ULUC as an area of change, a potential change to support a mix of uses and varying densities and so on. The current zoning, the corridor mixed-use zoning, permits what they're asking for. And so when I look at the applicant, who's a valued member, the way they've managed and the way they've treasure a site that we all love, I feel like I have to jump to a level of trust that they're going to walk the talk, and they've talked a good game tonight. Let's see. So, going back to the decision criteria, I was really on the fence on 2 of those until the amendment was offered, or the condition was offered to include those renderings, so we could get a better feeling of the building form and massing and the quality of design that we can expect, and that's part of the record, and we expect it, and we expect that that's going to happen. So just ticking them off, the layout, I think it's an appropriate layout. It seems to be the place that's most logical to put a higher density close to a major light rail station at the end of the line, and hopefully whatever comes in there will complement that, and that connections can be made when there's more certainty there. the building form and massing and the quality of design. I think the renderings conveyed that well. Walkability, clearly the plan has some linked open spaces that will provide plenty of multimodal connections and a scale of walkability. The undeveloped spaces, the open spaces are connected, which is one of the goals of this. The complete streets and parking, I think the cross-sections show that this is a more urban grid than what's out there now. I think it was mentioned that there's a sea of parking, and I think it's an opportunity to infill that with actual beneficial uses, so it's not just all pavement. The effect on the natural environment, this part of the site is already disturbed, and there is a requirement in here, or a part of the application is actually reducing the amount of impervious surface in there, which I think is a huge improvement on the natural environment of that particular part of the site. There were questions about noises and nuisance mitigation. Santa Fe is a major corridor, and most of the traffic that comes through there is not generated in Littleton. It's coming from elsewhere. It's coming from points south and points west. And unfortunately, it does impact that intersection, but I don't think that this particular proposal is going to have much impact on that. Phasing, the phasing's logical, and crime prevention, as was mentioned, it's required by the ULUC, and there's no indication that we should be concerned about that with this development proposal. So I'd be in support of that. So with that, I'll call for a vote on this resolution. It's tired because it hasn't been open for a while here. All right. Okay, ready to vote. Okay, everybody's voted.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate again all the folks that came out for this and stayed with us for a late evening. With that, any staff reports or closing information or updates?
None at this hour.
Okay.
Wait a minute, there were, no.
Can I adjourn the meeting now? Okay. Thank you. The meeting's adjourned.